It's a great pleasure to welcome on behalf of Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, and all members of MIT family, our very distinguished guest, Dr. Virinder as Parmar. Many of you might have interacted with him because he has been in Delhi University. So almost all of you might have had some occasion or other to interact with him. But my association with him is more than almost 3 decades. Since I was at DIPAS, Defense Institute of Physiology and Allied Sciences, so I used to interact with him. Know him as an outstanding scientist in the field of chemistry, and he is also a good human being. Above all his professional achievements, accomplishments, he is an excellent human being, very amicable, helpful, supportive, all that adjectives which I can give goes to him. Let's welcome Dr. Parmar with a big applause. Dr. Parmar is currently professor at the City University of New York, which is close to our Long Island campus. In fact, he has also been an adjunct professor at Long Island University. And so, Parmar sir, I would like to inform you that we have a campus, big campus, 175 acres in the Long Islands of New York. And now, with your presence over there in New Jersey and also in the CUNY, that we will develop a very strong partnership with you. And we are going to sign an MOU with him, with his institution. And that will be a great value addition to Amity Group itself. And he has been at the Delhi University for almost 4 decades. And when you look back his career, the sojourn, the glorious sojourn he had, which spans about 5 decades in the field of chemistry, in many dimensions of chemistry, that he has worked and he has made a mark with his research accomplishments in many fields: bioorganic chemistry, biocatalysis, nanoscience and technology, advanced polymeric materials, medicinal chemistry, natural product, green chemistry. So these are some of the areas in which he has made a dent, he has made a mark. So if you Google these keywords, you will find Parmar everywhere. And he is currently working with 26 research groups across the globe. So he is not an island, he is a continent of excellence. He works with almost in 15 countries. He has research collaboration. And he has published more than 500 research papers in journals of repute. And many of them are highly cited. And his H index, any guess? His H index is 53. Let's give a big clap to this great scientist. And the I-10 index, I looked at that, 282. So that shows he is still currently very active. And even though, he looks very young, for his age, he is very young. And I hope he remains so active, contributing and to the science, particularly in the field of chemistry. The Nobel Prize this year went to click chemistry. So Dr. Mona Lisa Mukherjee, and founder president is a visionary. Why do we say him visionary? Yet he thought a separate institute should be established in click chemistry. That is how, when John Moses came over here, and Mona Lisa Mukherjee's initiative and founder president's blessings, and founder president said that we should have an institute of click chemistry. First, it was a center. Then subsequently, it was raised to a status of an institute. So this is the vision of our founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan. He would have never imagined that Nobel Prize will be given to click chemistry. So we are only institution, I think in the whole world, having an institute of click chemistry. Let's give a big clap to founder president. And also Dr. Mona Lisa Mukherjee, who has created this particular university unique, this particular Institute of Click Chemistry, and groomed many youngsters, PhD scholars, young faculties who are there across the globe. So she is not only a great leader, but also a great administrator. He's a motivator. She is a motivator, inspiring person. So we are very, very grateful to you that you brought Dr. Parmar here. So let's give a big applause to our Dr. Mona Lisa Mukherjee, whom I hold in very high esteem in terms of her research accomplishments and the human values, the qualities she possesses, leadership qualities. So, Mona, you should also now set your goal to look at Nobel Prize in Click Chemistry sometime later. She has a long way to go. So I'm sure, why not? Because your blessings, Pamar Sahib, and let's all bless her, pray for her success to contribute. But she always raises the bar. Nano letters, ACS nano, then she will say material horizon, advanced materials, then now she says nature materials. So she keeps raising the bars for her own performance. That is how she's grooming psychics and many, many people, Deepa, and many people who have passed out. Ranjan Patra, Dr. Vivek. I can just keep on naming. So she is a person who can groom people to achieve greater heights. So Mona, wish you many, many more accomplishments, and thanks for bringing such a great leader. And he would be later talking to us on a topic which is of very great relevance, green chemistry. So because we want a green chemistry, which is also related to click chemistry. Because click chemistry, you can click at one step, you may be able to develop exotic materials with simple chemical reaction instead of having so many catalysis, byproducts, and also other reagents. You can just use a click chemistry, a method of clicking, and then produce a new materials. So this is the field in which we are very proud that Amity is working. Dr. Pamar Sahib, I have requested all those great brains, luminaries, relevant to your area of research. And so they will be introducing themselves one by one. And then you would also know that what we are looking for is a very strong, long lasting partnership with you, with your institution, with your university, and also with our Long Islands of New York, where we have developed Amity Global Research Hub. So Dr. Ashok Chauhan has sent his greetings, best wishes, and also thanks for accepting our invitation to have honorary professorship from Amity. Let's give a big applause to Dr. Parmar for this gesture of accepting our request to be an honorary professor. So he is an Amitian now. So he is part of us. And so I would like many people, he is going to take 2 students under this MOU with part of the work done here, part of the work done there. So I think Mona Lisa is going to select during this period, during his visit here. You can present a few of the PhD scholars and then he can pick up, choose the right person. So the whole fellowship and all that support, financial support for the PhD scholar from Amity University will be given by him to start with. Initially 2 scholars he will be taking up. So this partnership, this sapling which we are laying today is going to yield fruits in the years to come, and very soon it will start yielding fruits. Because in Amity, we don't wait for too long. So we always are impatient to achieve, impatient to contribute to science and technology. That is the culture which we have created, Dr. Ashok Chauhan has created in Amity. So with these few words, so I welcome Dr. Parmar and also all my distinguished the faculties and also heads of the institution, deans, directors who have assembled here to interact with you. So we will interact up to about 1:15. Then we'll break for lunch. Then he will come on visit to various labs, some of your labs. And just to get a glimpse of the lab, he's going to be with us for four days. He's staying in our guest house, so he is available late in the evening. You want to meet him in the guest house, informally, talk to him, talk about your science. It may not be possible with this limited time available, but you are welcome, including the students, PhD scholars who are joined from Click Chemistry and other. You can go and meet him, have a conversation, take his advice, guidance. That is what he wants. If you want to make him happy, just talk to him science. That is how he will feel extremely happy. And with this, thank you very much. And let us now introduce ourselves one by one. And with a little bit of your area of research, before we do that, I would like Dr. Parmar to make some opening remarks. Then after that, we'll have introduction. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Namaskar. Greetings from DU, which is across the border, and from New York, CUNY, and so many other places that I'm still attached to, though informally. And thank you very much, Professor Selvamurthy and Dr. Mukherjee, Professor Mukherjee, for giving me this honor being associated with MIT University in the capacity of an honorary professor. My privilege, proud privilege, to be associated with MIT in this capacity. Though I do not fully know what my role will be and what my responsibilities will be, but I have never shirked from responsibilities, even without knowing what I will be doing. So, but I'm sure I will be doing science research and teaching. As Professor Selvamurthy said, in his very kind way, using very high words for me, I have finished 52 years of teaching in different places. I joined just after my master's in 1970, St. Stephen's College. Along with my teaching in St. Stephen's College, which was very rigorous, I started my PhD with the great Professor T.R. Seshadri. I don't know how many people have heard his name. He died in 1975, but within 25 years or so of his stay at Delhi University, he really established himself as a great scientist of India and led all the leading organizations, be it UGC or INSA and the University of Delhi. So he was a great mentor and guru, and he inspired me a great deal during our masters, later on during my PhD. And from there on, I took the challenge and went to Cornell University from St. Stephen's College after finishing PhD, doing my first postdoc, upstate New York, Cornell University. And I had chances to stay there because the work was going very well. But I had great desire to come back to India and serve the Indian institutions. So in 1984, I was appointed at the University of Delhi. And we started a new area which was coming up at that time on biocatalysis and biotransformations. I am very humble to say that we were perhaps the very first active group of people in that new area. And today, if you see biocatalysis, that perhaps is the only way you can do green chemistry in industrial field. You can achieve the goals of green chemistry by using biocatalysis. And I will talk on that maybe today sometime. Today also in my talk and maybe on Monday the other time. So there is practical way of doing green chemistry. And the other is click chemistry. I congratulate very warmly Professor Mukherjee and the MIT University administration that they have the vision and thought to establish this Click Chemistry Institute. And as Professor Selvamurthy said, it's a great reaction. It can avoid, as I said, protections. So it can cut down the steps in many cases by 4 or 5. That is green chemistry. So any reaction sequence to produce a product of utility in shorter way, less number of steps is green chemistry. So click chemistry is a great example of green chemistry, and that is why within 20 years of its discovery, it has fetched Nobel Prize. And very sharpless, I've seen him 2 or 3 times. The first time was in 1985. There was IUPAC General Body meeting in Manchester, England. And at that time, I was spending 6 months at Imperial College. So I was sent by INSA to attend that meeting. And I saw him talking on sharpless epoxidations at that time, which was very, very popular. Because in 1981, he published first research paper in JACS on sharpless epoxidations. Those who have done asymmetric synthesis and organic chemistry would realize the importance of asymmetric epoxidations. You create two chiral centers in one reaction, and which is great. And therefore, his work was very prominent at that time, and he got the first Nobel Prize in 2001 for sharpless epoxidations. And the second time I met him, and we had great discussion quite a few times, was in 1989, when I spent 3 months at MIT on a fellowship given by DBT. And he was moving at that time from MIT to West Coast, to Spitsbergen. And even during movement, we had occasions to talk 2-3 times, because Hargobind Khurana, a Nobel laureate, was also in the same floor as sharpless. So we knew Professor Khurana a little bit. He was very old at that time in 1989, because he visited our department quite a few times, and we had interacted with him. Anyway, so that was a great time, 3 months, my own work, as well as meeting these two great people. And this sharpless epoxidation became very popular, famous, useful in industry. And after that, in 2001, at the time he got his first Nobel Prize, he discovered click chemistry, click reaction. Just as you click a seat belt, right, and you are safe. Similarly, it is just you can remotely compare click chemistry to that. It is such an easy reaction, and we have used in our research in the last 15 or 17 years click chemistry reactions to produce very useful biologically active compounds. At least published 15 papers using click reaction. And one of them I will shall talk in my talk today. Tribute to Sharpless, great work, and Professor Mukherjee's initiative here at MIT chemistry. Others, if I am given time, I can include a fourth talk just on click chemistry, our work as well as literature review, if time permits. So that is so, and Sharpless is the only chemist who has got 2 Nobel Prizes. In history, I think, if I recall, maybe I'm wrong, there are 2, Linus Pauling and Madame Curie. 2 people got Nobel Prizes, but they got for different subjects, not for chemistry. Linus Pauling got the first prize for chemistry, second for peace. And Madame Curie got first for physics, the second was medicine, I think. But organic chemistry, I always a great proponent of organic chemistry. Without organic chemistry, we cannot do anything. As we say in Hindi, roti, kapra, makan, right? So may it be shelter, may it be food, may it be health, may it be transportation, may it be communication. In any sphere, the time you get out of bed, and the moment you go to bed late in the evening, or even during the time you are in the bed, chemical reactions always happen, organic reactions, biochemical reactions. And for all we are sitting in this room, and knowingly or unknowingly, I think we are dealing with, in the sitting position also, thousands of organic reactions are happening, organic transformations are happening. So we need organic compounds in vast, plenty amounts, very, very vast, great amounts, and very different type of compounds. Today, 35 million organic compounds are known. 35 million, which is not a small number. Just a one element, carbon. And if you see how many, this is called chemical space. I'm very glad to say, I'm sorry if you can be taking more time. But I have this galaxy of my colleagues here, so I want to share my thoughts. It's chemical space. Somebody coined this term, and it was in the Chemical Engineering News in 2021, one of the earlier issues of 2021. called chemical space. And they somehow guessed that 10 to the power 180 number of compounds can possibly exist. 10 to the power 180. If you start writing 180 zeros after 10, I do not know how much time it will take and how much space it will take to write that number. So that are the compounds which are possible to make, out of which very small fraction, 35 million, 10 to the power 8, have been made and known. So that means a lot more can be done if you continue basic research of discovery in organic chemistry. Even with that small number of 35 million, out of 10 to the power 180, which is possible, we have all the applications. Our life has become so smooth if you compare the living 100 years ago, or 50 years ago, even 20 years ago, in terms of communication and transportation now. All that is because of the availability of novel organic compounds, organic structures. So today, organic chemistry has reached a stage where you can make any molecule. When I say any, however complex and complicated it could be. But the problem is not only making the compound or making it in greener way. Because making organic compounds is not difficult. We know the technologies, reactions, so much. I think among all scientific disciplines, engineering, technology, basically science subjects, organic chemistry stands apart. Maximum trained manpower, if you look around in the world, is organic chemists. Maximum research is published organic chemistry or applied organic chemistry in nano materials or in other areas which are popular today. So no area of science and technology and engineering can move without organic chemistry. So now the focus is to produce organic compounds in a greener way. Along with making organic compounds to the stage where synthetic organic chemistry knowledge has reached, yet chemical industry pollutes the atmosphere. All these climate changes. I'm very sad when I hear news in the US since last 1 week, Hurricane Ian has produced such devastating effects. In Florida alone, from where it started in the US, more than 100 people have been killed and thousands of people have been displaced. Highways have been washed away. And it's a great disaster. It is moving now eastward. Even New York, I talked to my wife this morning. She said there's incessant rain in New Jersey where we live for the last 4 or 5 days, and there's almost flooding everywhere. So all this is happening, hurricanes in the southern states in the US, excessive floods in the eastern states, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Maine, and drought and terrible jungle fires or forest fires in western states, California, Oregon, Washington. California was such a popular state to move to because the life was good, very high salaries because of IT and biotech and many other industries. But now people are moving out since last 2 years because drought and excessive fires, which creates very bad air quality. So therefore, this is all due to climate change. Climate change because of environment degradation. Environment degradation because of industry, chemical industry mainly. But can we do without chemical industry? The answer is big no. Because we are so used to have comfortable life, employing organic compounds, organic chemicals, or modified organic chemicals in our daily lives, in different spheres of our activity. So we cannot do without organic compounds. So we have to produce them in greater amounts rather because of increasing population. So what is the way out then? Learn to make them in a greener way so that environment is not affected. That's why it is called green chemistry. So green chemistry solutions and biocatalysis, as I was saying a while ago, the field which we started in India in mid-1980s is a very important field. We publish a great number of papers. I will talk in detail whenever I give the talk. But it is a great field to achieve green chemistry ends in industry. And academia will supply the knowledge to industry. So research, basic research in academia, applied then in industry is one solution. Then nanomaterials. We entered this field when I was 5 years at the University of Massachusetts. They invited me for 6 months in 2001 that you have great expertise in biocatalysis. We are striving to make uh, biocompatible amphiphilic copolymers for drug encapsulation. So if we can use your knowledge of biocatalysis, apply that to make those novel polymers, which I will talk about, I think, maybe briefly in today's talk, then on Monday. So that 6 months went on to 5 years. I'm grateful to visionary vice chancellor at that time, Professor Deepak Nair of Delhi University, that he allowed me to stay 5 years away from Delhi University, long leave, because he could see the benefit. Because University of Delhi got co-patents, 2 patents, one of those products. And so that was, I think, again, a very nice area which was coming up at that time. And we continued collaboration with Free University Berlin later on. Great work with Professor Rainer Haag, a very established scientist, and at the UMass Lowell, which is 20 miles north of Boston, just at the border of New Hampshire and Massachusetts. So that was a great time, and we moved on to that work. I will talk on that, nanoscience and nanotechnology, how we could make nanomaterials, nanocomposites for not only drug encapsulation, drug delivery, but also for flame retardants and polymeric antioxidants, which are great applications in lubricants, diesel oil, cooking oil, and so many other products of utility. So but all that is again nanomaterials and nanoscience is again a green chemistry, because if you can get a novel and very efficient drug delivery system, drug encapsulation system, the amount of drug required to treat a medical condition may be reduced to 1/100th. So that means because the drug delivery systems can target particular organ in the body rather than taking five. For example, if we have bad throat or we have any infection, we are prescribed to take azithromycin or any other antibiotic 2 times a day at least, if not 3, 5 days course. So we take 10 tablets at least of 500 milligram each, which means 5 grams of the compound we are taking. On the other hand, if I can encapsulate that in a biocompatible drug delivery system, and most of them are polymeric nanoparticles now, then you can reduce that to 1/100th, if not 1/150th. So that means you have to produce less amount of material drug. Less amount of material means less scale chemical reactions. That means less pollution. So again, nanomaterials are very useful in green chemistry. So coming back to click chemistry now, as I said, we in our different producing heterocyclic compounds, novel heterocyclic compounds for having different biological activities, we did a lot of click reactions. And one I will discuss today, which is relevant to the subject of the talk today. We developed a new dendritic amphiphiles which could aggregate and encapsulate genes into the cells and transfer into the cells. So that material, basic material of organic compound, which resulted into those aggregates which could encapsulate DNA, was made by a click reaction. So I will talk of that today. Attribute to Sharpless, the vision of the president of the MIT, Dr. Shubh Chauhan, as I'm told, and Professor Lamurthy, who's heading the Innovation and Science Research here. So I think with this, I would again first request all of you to celebrate click chemistry and in our own way honor Sharpless. So, and today, and we have been talking since last 3 or 4 weeks on phone, Mr. Mukherjee and myself, and she always talks of very Sharpless. And I always say, yes, I've seen a couple of times, interacted with him. A very humble man, great man, and good teacher. So, this tribute to him, tribute to the Click Chemistry Institute here, and tribute to the vision of the founders of MD University. So with this, I will close, and I'm very glad to be here, glad to be associated with MIT University, and look forward to very active and fruitful collaboration with as many groups as we could establish. So so far, I entered into teaching 52 years ago, into research 51 years ago. And as Professor Selvam said, one thing I give a message to maybe some young people here: collaboration is the most important thing in science. To progress science and to do a meaningful, comprehensive project, you need to have collaborations. Never feel shy of establishing collaborations and maintain and sustain them. Initiating a collaboration is one thing, is not that difficult. Sustaining it is difficult. So we were lucky that we found good partners across the globe in 15 countries, 26 research groups. With each, we must have published at least 10 to 15 research papers. With UMass Lowell alone, it was 78 papers together. I look forward to very active collaboration with MIT, both in teaching and research, which first I'm a teacher, then a researcher. So if I'm given any teaching responsibilities, which I can do in 1 or 2 weeks at a time, I will be glad to interact with young MSc students or masters, PhD scholars. And then, of course, with senior colleagues here in research collaboration. My pleasure, and I look forward to the active collaboration. Thank you very much for your attention.
As green as ever. Let's give a big clap to Dr. Parmar for opening up the green chemistry and also the importance of the green chemistry in his opening remarks. So let us start with the felicitation first, and we will honor him with the honorary professorship, which Dr. Ashok Chauhan has conveyed his best wishes, greetings, and he wants to develop a very strong partnership with you, with your university, your institutions. So may we have the pleasure of just giving you the honorary professorship. So heartiest congratulations, Dr. Virinder Parmar. And now you are part of us. And so let me introduce the galaxy of our scientists, faculties. We'll start with Dr. B.C. Das. And you know him, but still.
Thank you, Dr. Selvam, and good morning to everybody. It is a great pleasure for me to meet Professor Parmar because after retiring from Delhi University, the ICMR, the next day I joined Delhi University, and that time when I was heading the ACBR, he was the head of chemistry. So we had a lot of interaction, a lot of meeting together. So when I saw I never knew it. Today morning when I was going through this list, and then I thought, I think this is the same Dr. Professor Virinder Parmar who was in Delhi University. I know only one Parmar who is from Delhi University, but he has gone. He very often he used to go US, I know, and I thought he might be the same, but actually I never knew and nobody told. But then I was having a lot of other things, and Professor Salamurthy told me that we are here in the F2 lounge. Please, why don't you come in? So I told him, yes, I'm coming. So when I came and I saw him, and the pleasant surprise that we have for several years, means whatever I was there, and later he's moved to. I think I was there, and then you moved to US. So then it is a really pleasant surprise and good thing to have him here. And he is big way. He has been one thing I would say. He is one of the real gentleman faculty because he was a so nice person. And every time, every meeting, he was the person of substance, and we used to talk very sensible and very nice way. There is which we generally lose many of the temper and all, but he was one of the real gentlemen faculty. Of course, science you could learn from his introductory part. He was an excellent chemist. So particularly in DU, he was main person to propagate the green chemistry, and that has a close relation with the click chemistry, and it is the great occasion that just a few days back that the Nobel Prize has been given to the click chemistry discoverer, and it is the great prestige for our university and the visionary founder president that you create an institute and you become the director. Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa was little hesitant. How can I get the director? I'll do this work. So the person who came from UK, John Moses. So with his coming and collaboration, and it was started this institute, and it's a great feeling that nowhere in the country that might be doing somebody click chemistry practicing. There are a lot of chemists, but then there is no institute in the country, to my knowledge. There is no institute of click chemistry, and it's a great feeling, and we should rather observe this very prestige to us. And it is at this moment, just 2 3 before it is announced, and now the one of the person from US and our Indian colleagues. So he is also in green and click chemistry, and that's a great. I think this is a great occasion to felicitate and to observe this day because we have a great institute, click chemistry in place. By the time
Can you also introduce about your health and allied sciences?
Yeah. So I would just introduce that as you asked immediately when I came, after retirement. So I continued JC Bose for one more year. So 2014, July 1st, I joined here and created the Summit Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research. And as you know, I was on cancer research. And so I came here and I created a new institute of MIT Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research. So we have, it's a very flagship department rather within these 7, 8 years now. So it is, we have around 17, 18 faculty besides the adjunct faculties. And there are, half of them are Ramalingaswamy fellows and Ramanujan fellows. So you know who are Ramalingaswamy fellows. And so it's a, we have MSc post-graduations in stem cell, molecular medicine, and cancer biology, molecular cancer biology. So we have the faculty from chemistry also. He is also a nanotechnologist. He's here, Dr. Vinit Kumar. He is a DNA origami person, DNA and RNA nucleic acid using as a delivery molecule. And he's a nano chemist. And then we have another course which is recently, I'm also heading that. That is a genome engineering, synthetic biology and genome engineering. So another is a nano medicine. So it is very much related to you. So this is also, the director is there, but this is associated with our, I look after that as the chairman of that, but then it has its own director, the Tinku Basu is the director. She is a chemist for a long time, nanochemist, and it's a new institute of, there are a lot of like this nanomedicine people are doing, but there is no institute. So it's a center for nanomedicine. So these are three centers, but we have also a medical course we run first time in India, that the IBF, that is a 4 diploma courses, three diploma courses, 1 MSc courses in clinical embryology and assisted reproductive technology, and the diploma in assisted reproductive technology, and diploma in clinical and applied genetics, and diploma in reproductive counseling. All are required for the proper IVF facility or IVF center. So we have a collaboration with the Indian Fertility Society, and it is run from the, it is almost 6 batches running very successfully. But it is a high-end course, very high costly, some 3.5 lakhs the fees for the 1 year course, and the diploma, and it is MSc now, it is the link embryology.
Dr. Das,
So
can
these
you
are
also
the,
highlight research?
yeah, that little bit, because there are several people to introduce. So I will just briefly say, we have all types of cancer. You can say that all are on cancer, mostly cancer and stem cell, cancer stem cells. My area is in the liver cancer, and then the pancreatic cancer and blood cancer, and all and the penile cancers, ovarian cancer. So there are all, and all the faculties are abroad returned, and they are 5 to 10 years experience, and they are all they are all, each are gems in their field. So one or two just I wanted to say my area, like one, that there is no medicine so far for the cancer relapse. So we have, that is a part of chemistry also. We have a collaborator, synthetic chemistry, Professor Sima Bhatnagar from Institute of Biotechnology. So, so because I am a basic biologist, but then I need a chemist's help. So Mona Lisa also collaborate with something, and with our department, because we are. So we made a triple conjugate, So that is first time made, and it is on the animal trial. So it is 3 molecules. So one is a targeted, the folate receptor. It is expressed by cancer and cancer stem cell. So folic acid is connected with the drug, the doxorubicin. So different drugs for the reaction you have to work out, and to maybe modify that we conjugate with that, along with the another, the which will sensitize the cancer cells. That is, we have used the curcumin, the Sigma product, that is curcumin, folate, and doxorubicin, 3 joined together, and that helped by the chemist only. I have given the hypothesis that you have to join this, and to, because folate will target, it will go to the only to the cancer and cancer stem cells, and the curcumin go inside, and it will, and the in the cells pH, cytosol pH, the ester bond will break, and they will separate it out. The curcumin will do its job to sensitize the cancer stem cells or cancer cells, which have the ABC binding protein, that the transporter protein, which do not allow this cytotoxic drug to kill the cells. So that it suppress this curcumin has the capacity to suppress the ABCG2, the suppressor, the transporter protein, and that's how the cancer cells becomes sensitive to the drug, and the doxorubicin can kill the cells. So this is the basic principle, and it has, in vitro study, this is highly successful, and it was in the ICMR funded project, and it is in the animal trial now, and we expect it's good. It is with the DRDO and doing it. So we do not have at this moment new mice facility. So once it is done, then we'll go for a clinical trial in human. Pardon? Yeah, yes. Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so
Das.
much for this.
Now, no, before that, can I request Dr. Arya to sign this CDA between this, and then you will take it over there and sign it. He is our registrar, very efficient, very positive. We are very, very fortunate to have such brilliant, wonderful human being as registrar. So, Dr. Goodwill, also you can just go with him. And, yes, okay. He is our registrar.
We are going to sign the CDA with Kani University and Amity University. So till the things are done, let me tell you something. Yes, Professor Parmar has rightly said that collaboration is very, very important. Without collaboration, without team, you cannot do. In this context, I want to tell you, I take the privilege to announce that the first click reaction in Amity have done with the help of Professor Sunita Ratan, who really taught me how to do the polymer and nano conjugates using click chemistry. We had taken a student, Payal Majumdar. I think she's now doing postdoc in Canada. And I was the internal co-guide. She was the guide. And Professor John Moses, at that time, he was in La Trobe, Melbourne. And he was the external co-guide. He gave the idea, but it was very difficult to solve that. And I tell you, yes, I am having the momentum. Recently, I have published, I have come up with new monomers, new polymers with the help of click chemistry that are published in very high impact journals. But the first momentum was given by Dr. Sunita Ratan, from whom I learned. So, yes, teamwork is very important, collaboration, and there should not be any shyness in that. I also take the privilege to show my tribute to Dr. V.K. Jain, Dr. Selvamurthy sir, Dr. B.C. Das sir, Dr. Nutan Kaushik, and so many stalwarts, especially Dr. Neeraj Sharma sir also, Dr. Chakravarti sir, so many others from whom I got the momentum, how to be passionate, how to do the good work. When I look back about their research, it really helps me to think a way ahead of what I am doing now. So these are the things really, really very important. And you cannot do good work with collaboration. So this initiated with Mr. Rupesh, who is one of our PhD student, a student of Hindu College, who has recently joined with us, said, "Ma'am, Professor Parmar wants to meet you." I said, "Yeah, let me talk to him, meet him, and let me bring him here so that, yes, we can again go forward. We can talk to him, we can think about working in a collaborative way with New York, California, and so on." And John Moses is now in a very reputed institute. He's in Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, which is ranked #1 by Nature. And he has started a click chemistry department, although most of the biologists work in Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. But it's a very big honor for us that John Moses, who is the chairman of this institute, has been selected to become the chair professor in Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, and also won the Horizon Prize, Robert Robinson Horizon Prize winner of 2021. So this is a big group of Professor Barry Sharpless. We have already listed one of the faculty from there, Han Juelaf, who is also working in Netherlands, and Dr. Namitharan, who is again a budding scientist who got DST Inspire, and then he did wonderful work, and he got SRS award. Mostly in India, 5% DST Inspire people get the SRS award, and he got that SRS award publishing in ACS Catalysis, in Chemcom, in Organic Letters as a corresponding author, and he got that SRS award. He joined with Amity University and with Amity Institute of Click Chemistry, and now he has gone abroad to work as a distinguished scientist with Han Juelaf, who is again a Horizon Prize winner. So we are trying to inculcate the clickness or click reactions so that most of the people can do that and can come out with good products, avoiding the side products. So that's how Amity University is going together, hands in hand, to make one day click chemistry, again, a great chemistry to come up with new molecules, new products, and which will be eventually marketed. Thank you.
Dr. Das.
Just a moment, I just introduce you. I forgot to introduce I'm also Dean of the Health and Allied Sciences. So I think there are heads here. There are 9 departments or institutes of the Health and Allied Sciences. The top, the biggest one is I think Professor Aura is here. Sandeep Aura. He is the director and professor and director of the Amity Institute of Pharmacy. You also do some pharmaceutical chemistry. So I just, that is a mistake that I couldn't introduce. So there are other HY they will introduce. Thank you very much.
Dr. Gopal Bhushan.
I welcome once again, sir, and it's a pleasure and an honor to have you here. And I feel a lot better now to here because I'm a OR, operational research and software engineering guy, having served in DRDO 35 years and in various capacities, and joined here MIT about 4 months back. I worked as Deputy Director General in the Science and Innovation Directorate under Dr. Selvamoorthy. So once again, it's an honor for us to have you here and your acceptance to be honor professorship here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gopal. I will now request Sunita Ratan to introduce because she has a class to it.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, sir. So thank you so much for coming. And because your areas which I was listening, we are going to learn a lot. I would like to tell you about myself. I am Director, Amity Institute of Applied Sciences. And we run all the courses, BSc and MSc in Organic Chemistry and MSc in Organic Chemistry, along with PhD programs. Yes. And we also do, we also have MSc Physics, MSc Mathematics and Stats. So it is a big department. And about my research area, as you're telling that I work in polymers, but now I have worked in click reactions in almost all the areas. I have synthesized nanocomposites using click reaction for sensors. And I've also synthesized some of the monomers, novel monomers, using click reaction for drug delivery applications. And the third thing which you were talking about, the encapsulation of the drugs. So we are also encapsulating herbal drugs into the polymers. So these are the 3 areas I'm working in. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'll be interacting with you a lot. Thank you so much. Even Mona Lisa is also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sunita. Now, can we have introduction of Professor V.K. Jain?
Good afternoon. I was with DRDO, and in the morning I was telling you that I was with the solid state physics lab. It is just opposite to the North Campus. So we have done a good collaborative work with the physics department. All our friends were there. In the last phase in DRDO, I was looking after given the responsibility of introducing a big national program on MEMS technology. So this MEMS technology we introduced in the country with all big 5 departments, including CSIR, BARC, atomic, space, and or DRDO. So after making many devices on this MEMS technology with a high-tech knowledge. Even we have made a micromotor on a silicon chip, which you can't see with the naked eye. It was rotating with 50,000 RPM. So it was a state of technology. But when I joined after retirement to the MIT University, I found that it is not possible to work on this VLSI or this technology of MEMS. So I started work on nanomaterials. Now the question was that so many work was going on the producing the nanomaterials, but it was in the powder form. How to make a device, how to make a system. So we have made a first sensor here, and for this LPG gas, it was a film, thick film we have made with a very special technique first time. This was a generic sensor. And this is a good thing that it was the first patent of MIT, which was made from here. So apart from that, we have made so many devices and published papers on this nanotechnology for water cleaning. You may be seeing during your visit in our lab in energy harvesting, so many areas. Because I have developed a department which is here now, a multidisciplinary department. So everybody is there from physics, chemistry, bio, signal processing. Because if we are not integrating with the signal processing, our device is not of use. So everything is there. So based on that, but the effort was always there to how to make the nanomaterial in a form, bound form, not in only powder form. So like we have made a water purification system. Many people, they are putting a nanomaterial in the cleaning of water, but they cannot remove. So we have put in the concrete, embedded permanently. This is a special technique you can use 1,000 times. Recent work, apart from that, so many devices and technology transfer, we have made a silicon chip here in our lab, which has a silicon nanowires, a bundle of silicon nanowires on silicon chip. The height is about 5 micron, diameter is 40 to 100 nanometer. Now we have functionalized this chip, and we have made a junction, heterojunction. We have made the IR sensor, UV sensor, biosensor. Now recently we are seeing when we are putting a zinc oxide, it is highly antibiotic. So in that area, if we can have support, this chip, it is a biocompatible with the human body, so we can use in many ways. So in that way, if we can have some support, collaboration, that will be good. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Parmar. Glad to see you after so many years. So I remember that first time when I met Dr. Parmar, it was in 2002 in IUPAC conference in Antalya, if you remember exactly. So that was the time, yeah, biodiversity conference. So then after that, you hosted the IUPAC in Delhi, and then yeah, that was their time. So I'm glad to see that you have been continuing like diversifying your field from synthetic organic synthetics to nano and nano to now the chemistry. It's great to see your journey and great to see your achievement. I have been always admired your contribution to the in the field of chemistry, uh, particularly even when you were doing the core synthesis, organic synthesis at that time also. I know how you have like created a kind of chemistry for and giving the lot of research inputs to this one. So after I joined MIT in 2017, and now I am heading this MIT Food and Agriculture Foundation. So we are applying the natural product chemistry and the green chemistry in the area of food and agriculture, be it replacing the synthetic chemicals which are used for the protecting the plants like pesticides or the fertilizers, and giving them the green chemistry like from the natural products from plants and microbes, and also using the nanotechnology for improving their production within the plant system and within the microbial system, and developing the product for the use of the farmers. So we basically work for the farmers as well as for the consumers, giving them the safety, safety, safe food which is safe for the consumption. Apart from that, we also work on the bioactive molecules for which are having the anti-cancerous properties. So from the natural products, and then for that we recently we have done some kind of studies where we found a very good activity which is like closely to the drugs, and which for which I am collaborating with Dr. Manoj Garg in AIIMS, sir, and hopefully we will be able to get some good leads out of that study. So these are some few things, but we will be very happy to collaborate with your group as we have done in the past. And I'm still in touch with Shakil, and I think, yeah, Shakil is doing this IUPAC in February, and we were collaborating with Shakil for the IUPAC conference, which is coming up in February next year. And Shakil and Dr. Ashok are, and I must say that Dr. Parmar Befar, like beside being a good scientist, he's also a good human being. Like every year, he used to call this family get together. You remember, sir? And I was part of many of the family get together that you invited me as a group. So nice to see you after such a long gap. And I'm thanks to Dr. Mona Lisa that bringing you here and giving me another chance to meet you and to collaborate with you. Thank you so much, sir.
Nutan, can you also talk about that bilateral project, value from waste?
Okay. Sir, as you have been mentioning about the collaboration, so I always have taken this mantra of collaboration right from the beginning. I have been several collaboration, and one of the collaboration is on utilization of the fish waste industry, like waste from the fish production, this head and viscera. They are never used. They are just thrown away. The skin and bones, they are not used. So we have isolated the protein hydrolysate from it, from the head and viscera, and then use them for the production of the ready to eat cook soup powder. And then from gelatin, we are now trying to develop into kind of biomaterial after by doing this polymerization of the gelatin with some kind of a reaction with the gelatin. There we can probably take your help how to take this material, this low value product, convert it to high value product. So that could be one aspect which we can. Beside that, we also work on several food industry waste, like in the circular economy model, how to utilize them. Like first is isolation of the bioactive molecules, and then whatever is remaining, we use them for as a biofertilizer. So this is the model which you are working on, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah, please. Yeah, I think this two, Dr. Jain and I forget your name, sorry. Nutan Kaushik. Sorry. Yeah. So, Dr. Kaushik, I mean, in your own ways, these are very important fields, particularly one you're talking. I always say in my undergraduate first semester teaching that we develop pharmaceuticals to treat ourselves, but most important is agriculture, because in agriculture the real high volume use of chemicals is there, both in terms of fertilizers and pesticides. And if we can avoid or minimize their use, I think we will be doing a great favor to the human society at large. We need pesticides and fertilizers because ever-growing population and limiting land available to do agriculture, we need to produce more from the given piece of land. But at the same time, use less fertilizer and pesticides, modify in such a way that a minimum amount of them can be effective in protecting the crops. That what is very important, in addition to other things that we have been talking about collaboration. I'm very glad to talk more on that. Of course, Dr. Shakil, he published, I think, put me also an author and suggested some changes in the paper where he encapsulated carbofuran in one of the nanoparticles which we had generated. He also spent some time at UMass Lowell, where I was, and learned those nanoparticle formation. It's great to collaborate.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Essence.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Essence Singh, working as Director in Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation, as well as there is another foundation, ASTIF, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, under the dynamic and humble guidance of Dr. W. Salwamurthy. And I am in the arena of scientific administration in the sense that we lead a target-oriented research direction in all the Amity University campuses, where targets for projects, publication, patents, products, commercialization, all the things are set at the beginning of the year, and they are constantly monitored throughout the year so that university's research potential goes with a high speed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Essence.
Good afternoon, sir.
Harsha.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Harsha, sir. I'm under Dr. B.C. Das sir domain. I'm looking after Amity Institute of Phytochemistry and Phytomedicine. And I'm also coordinator for Amity Natural and Herbal Product Cluster. So we have PhD programs, and we also take dissertation students. We have we are more into innovations, so we have done a lot of innovations. And recently there is one assistant professor under me who has done PhD from NIPER, Dr. Subhash. He has got a project in SERP SRG for design and synthesis of novel conjugates for vitamin D for enhancing the bioavailability. So, and we also work on isolation and formulation of isolating bioactive molecules from different medicinal plants and providing lead for drug discovery. We also have a patent along with, thanks to Mona Lisa, we have a patent along with Dr. John Moses on novel drug delivery for novel formulation for cancer, along with Dr. Deep Shikha from AIB. So we had combined a synthetic drug along with a natural drug and did the click chemistry part. And we had, done the nano part where we had used natural polymer like pullulan, which enhanced the bioavailability of the drug. And one of the patent has been granted also. So she is the lead, like Dr. Deep Shikha. So we are a part of that group. And we also work on biodegradable plastics like natural polysaccharides, natural polymers also, along with the natural drugs. So yesterday also, like we have got 5 patents. Out of this, 3 have been granted. And we could reach up to TRL level 7, where we could show it in industry to bring out, injection moldable biodegradable plastics, which degrade within 60 days and which is at par with, the petroleum-based plastics. And there are different, we are more into applied parts. Like I've done a PhD in chemistry, so we have used all those polymers and drugs into application part, where we have developed many formulations. Like we have developed a novel formulation for diarrhea also. It's a granted patent where we have used natural polysaccharides, because if you modify them, they are used for Crohn's disease and other syndromes. So that is the area where we work in. So thank you so much. We look forward for collaboration.
She is one of the largest patent holders. How many patents you have filed?
Individually, I have like more than 30 patents as first inventor, and along with others, like I've got more than 70 patents.
How many granted?
So yesterday, sir, it was 22nd patent which was granted. Thanks to founders, sir, and everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir.
Monica. Yeah, Monica.
Good afternoon, sir. So I'm Dr. Monica Prakash Rai. I am working as professor in Amity Institute of Biotechnology. And thank you, sir, for elaborating on the green chemistry. And I'm also working near to green technology, as my area of work is algal biotechnology, algal biorefinery. I'm using algal source here for bioremediation, biofuel production, and value-added products from algae. So we are using algae for lipid production. That will go for biodiesel synthesis, and we are using algae for carotenoid production, lutein production for pharmaceutical applications. And I have received Indian Distinguished Visiting Fellowship from University of Nottingham in this area, along with Dr. Mona Lisa. We work together in Nottingham University. We stayed together. And we work together. Yeah, we work together, and still we are working together.
And recently, and it was so misleading that I was not able to catch the plane because
Yeah.
moon was given.
Oh my God.
Monica Bahari.
Yeah. Long. Yeah, it's a very sweet memory. Yeah. And so.
Recently we have published.
Yeah, yeah. So in this algal biotechnology work, sir, I'm using nanomaterials for the improvement of algal lipid production and lutein. So in that area, I'm working with Dr. Mona Lisa, and we have published many ACS papers together. And I have received a Mission Innovation DBT, Department of Biotechnology funded project, which is in collaboration with University of Nottingham. So on that project also, I'm working for algal utilization in biofuel production in a greener way. So this way, my work is around algae, and we are looking for collaboration with you, sir, with Amity. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Monica.
Thank you, sir.
Sangeeta.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Sagita Pandey from Amity Institute of Organic Agriculture. So, as Nutan ma'am said, she is our domain head, Agriculture and Allied Sciences. And Amity Institute of Organic Agriculture is one of the institute. And we offer three courses, BSc in Agriculture, Masters in Agronomy, and Masters in Agribusiness Management. And other than this, our institute works on development of organic inputs also, which could act as a substitute or which can reduce the use of this chemical fertilizers or pesticides. Regarding me, my specialization is on plant microbe interactions, and I'm looking for those kind of bacteria which are present in rhizospheric soil of the crops and which can help in providing nutrient to the crop and also help in providing tolerance to the crop against various kind of stresses. So I'm happy to say this, that I have isolated many bacteria from Lakshadweep which are tolerant to highly saline conditions, and I have found that they could be act as very good biofertilizer in the saline soil. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself is Dr. Manoj Gar. I am working under the dynamic supervision of Professor D.C. Das, sir. I am in Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research. So my area of research is mostly the cancer biology. I am a cancer biologist by research. I have done my PhD from National Institute of Immunology. Then I have been to University of California, Los Angeles for a year. And then I have been in Cancer Science Institute, Singapore, which is under NUS, for 6.5 years. Because Professor Philip Kepler, who was at UCLA, he got the deputy director position at Singapore. So I prefer to be Singapore because it is closest to India, 5-hour flight. So as I said, I am a cancer biologist. So we look mostly the chemistry part when it comes to the drug delivery or drug designing. So for this part, I am collaborating with many chemists, including Professor Mona Lisa Mukherjee, where we are looking how we can use hydrogel to encapsulate the drug and then deliver to a particular organ. For an example, if you think of pancreatic cancer, insulin is the main thing which is secreted by the pancreas. So if somehow you can make the thing that can bind with the insulin, you can have a better delivery system. Similarly, you have heard about James A. Bradner, who created JQ1, which is a BRD4 inhibitor. So it's a very successful drug, but only problem with most of the drug is the relapse. So he have conjugated this drug with phthalimide or other protease inhibitor. So they have used the chemistry. So basically I am a biologist. I don't know much about the chemistry, but I can help in the application when it comes from the chemistry. So I'm more on the application part and drug delivery and drug test. Thank you, sir.
Can you also highlight that metastasis predictions by the biomarkers?
So, sir, we have discovered a protein which is basically secreted into the blood after its cleavage, though it is very important for the normal functioning of the body. But what happens in case of cancer, there are more expression of certain enzyme which cleave this protein in such a way that only one part of gets secreted and which is not utilized by the normal machinery, but it helps the cancer cell to proliferate and metastasize more. So this is not only our report, but all over the world. Now people are reporting it, and we have patented it. And we think that if we utilize monoclonal antibodies, as there is a diagnostic kit for pregnancy, where they put the antibody and detect the this similarly, like for the COVID, you put the antibody, you detect the antigen. So I'm trying my best that if we coat the antibody and detect this protein from the serum, and we can predict that which are going to get more metastasized much faster than the one which doesn't have.
Thank you.
He's also working in the area of porphyrins and this nanoconjugates for photodynamic therapy. We are collaborating rather with him.
We are collaborating.
So as I said, without the ASAT department, it is very difficult to publish good papers.
This PDT, as just said, is very important field. But
Dr. Patra is working with him. Yeah.
But coming back to your observations on this detection agents, but I think we should talk more on that. If it can become a handy tool in the hands of common people, not only in sophisticated, expensive hospitals, but in small clinics and or in
even
in gram panchayats. I mean, something like that, which can be more cheap and can easily be transported stable. I think we must talk on this. Very good evening.
Yes, sir. I'm glad to talk to you. Yeah. And I really appreciate that I am in a dynamic university and a dynamic department where we have, different discipline altogether. So we can think of many things which I cannot think, being in the Cancer Science Institute, where we think about only the biological part, but
it's a very good field. I always say there's so much human effort has gone last 50, 60 years. So much money, funding has gone for all the governments put together. But still, cancer is something which untreatable, most of it. So I think any research in the cancer area is, I think, very much should be high. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, you know that I must thank Amity for giving me this opportunity to meet our old associate, Dr. Parmar. We have been in touch with a long time. When I was in Indo-German Science and Technology Center, when Dr. Parmar was talking about Rainer Haag, I was going down the memory lane, in the Berlin Freie University. Myself, Rainer, Ashok, we used to walk around that corridors. But to me, two important message which Dr. Parmar has given, and that message was given to me as well. He said, I'm first a teacher, then a researcher. But he has not talked about his third dimension. He's also a great innovator. There are very few people in this world who has clubbed Lakshmi and Saraswati together. He is one such person. He has converted his knowledge into wealth. And that's why he talks about the handheld detection machine, which will ultimately take India to the next generation. That is the new India we are thinking of. We are grateful to you, sir, for accepting the Amity's honorary professorship. And you said the collaboration is important. I was reading the recent report of the Royal Society, which said more than 45% of the research publication today in the world are collaborative in effort. So without collaboration, it is impossible. And we are fortunate to have a collaborator like Professor Parmar with us. Thank you, sir. Sir, I have another meeting, so I would like to excuse myself. Yes. Just now you were listening to Manoj Garg. And he was telling that how he connects. He said, I don't know chemistry. But as you rightly said, without that, nothing ultimate comes out. And this is the mission actually our honorable founder president has taken. to bring back the best minds in the world into the MIT campuses so that we can flourish. And this is the concept we thought, that bringing best brilliant minds from the world. And I'm very happy to see some of those brilliant minds are sitting in this room who are talking to you. Manoj is one such. And this is one of the mission that has been taken up by the SNT War Room, along with my colleague, Dr. Neeraj Sharma, who is from the Department of Science and Technology, joined us and helping us in promoting the research projects. And we are very fortunate, and with Dr. Selvamurthy's guidance and Dr. Das's help, Monalisa's obviously, being Bengali, she has not yet offered me the Syrah sweets, but still, your connectivity with him is so great day ahead. I'm pretty happy to see that you will be in the guest house for the next 3-4 days. We'll certainly have a chance to chat more.
Thank you, Dr. Chakravarti, for your remarks and kind words. I want to pick comments further what he said on two things. He was a great help. I mean, you need people who promote science. And he was heading one unit in the CSL headquarters in the mid-2000s, 2006-07. And we had an Indo-Italian project and Indo-German project. And whenever we had a problem, we used to go to him. Like click chemistry, he used to like this. Parmar se ye ho sakta hai, ye nahi ho sakta. Ye ho sakta, kaise hoga? And solutions would come immediately. And Professor Mishelkar was the DG at that time. He was also very nice to me, knew me. So once he proposes, it used to be cleared. And second thing is, we're always so hospitable. In a government service office, you go tired, he'll always offer a nice cup of tea. And the other thing, he says Lakshmi and Saraswati. That I think the foundation was laid by conversation, very initial one with the great Professor T.R. Seshadri. He was never take people, he will take only regular PhD students. So being a topper in MSc, I was offered a teaching position in St. Stephen's College. I joined that. I came back to him because he was very fond of me because he was teaching us a special paper in MSc final. So I said, I want to do research. He said, yes, that's a very good idea. Good people like you and Virinder should do that. But you have taken the job. I said, yes. No. You can either go for Saraswati or Lakshmi, not both of them. I said, I do not crave for Lakshmi, but crave for Saraswati. But Lakshmi, I have to do that because we have a large family and my father has limited income. Being the eldest son, I want to support my family. I think he also came from a modest background and he understood that. Okay, see me tomorrow. I go the second day, okay, go to this junior teacher and start your research. So I was the first person to start part-time PhD in Delhi University under great T.R. Seshadri. So that reminds me of Lakshmi and Saraswati put together.
There are two people, whenever Dr. Selvamurthy was talking about his H index, then I was reminded about the George Whitesides. I think I will not hesitate to put both Dr. Parmar and Dr. George Whitesides in the same platform. I know. He is now in the Reliance Innovation Council. Thank you, sir.
Now, before I go to Shweta, I want PhD scholars and students to introduce themselves, then we'll come back. So that I want you people's involvement, because they are all, you learn from every professor what they are doing, what is the type of, not only your area of research. These are great opportunity to expand your horizon. So introduce yourself and then we will come back to Shweta again.
Thank you for this opportunity. I am Rahul Patil. I am working under Dr. Shekhar Datta in MIT Institute of Click Chemistry Research and Studies. My major topic is development of porous material, including MOF, 3D graphene foam, MXenes, and we are trying to explore these materials in many applications, including CO2 fixation, supercapacitors, and battery. Recently, I published 2 papers in 2022, including nano energy and ACS sustainable chemistry and engineering. And our few papers are under review in chemical engineering journal and small. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to giving me the opportunity to express my work in front of you all. Right now, I'm working as an ICMR Senior Research Fellow. I am from MIT Institute of Pharmacy, and I'm doing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. Vinay Lathar. And right now, I'm working with Professor Mona Lisa Mukherjee in some collaboration. My core area of work is antimicrobial resistance. We are working on the synergistic interaction of natural compounds and the antibiotics against Staphylococcus aureus. We are working on the clinical isolates of MRSA strains, and we are working for molecular docking studies we are doing, and we are doing the synergistic interactions, and also we are performing the same in animal models to check the efficacy and to find out a novel combination of antibiotics and natural product to enhance the potency as well as reduce the dose of antibiotics to combat the antimicrobial resistance. Thank you.
Very good.
A very good afternoon to all. Myself, Om Agrawal. I am working PhD under Professor Mona Lisa Mukherjee. My topic is carbon heterostructure based nano-component hydrogel for biomedical application. Where we inject the hydrogel as a wound dressing, regenerative medicine, and I am also UGC DA fellow.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Nisha Yadav, a PhD scholar under supervision of Dr. Vivek Mishra in click chemistry under Dr. Mona Lisa Mukherjee. Professor Mona Lisa Mukherjee. I'm working on a functionalization of carbon quantum dots. I just functionalized carbon quantum dot with different heterocycles and then explore their biomedical applications under drug-resistant bacteria.
She's a GATE qualified fellow.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Deeksha Mudgal. I'm working under guidance of Dr. Vivek Mishra sir and Professor Mona Lisa Mukherjee ma'am. My work is in aerogels. My core area is metal doped magnetic carbon aerogels. I worked in that, and after that we explored the catalytic application of the carbon aerogels.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Misbah Majood, and I'm working as a PhD scholar under Professor Mona Lisa Mukherjee. And my work comprises of synthesizing quantum dots using a biobase and then forming its nanocomposites as well. After the synthesis of the nanocomposite and the quantum dots, I basically want to see their role in stem cell differentiation, because these cells can differentiate into any particular type, but they need some cues. So using those materials, I just want to see like how they are guiding the progression or differentiation of stem cells into different lineages.
Recently, sir, she has come up with a very good publication in biomedical materials. She has able to differentiate the human mesenchymal stem cells to chondrocytes. Tell about that, Mishra.
Actually, I use water and jelly derived mesenchymal stem cells, and we synthesized a hydrogel. So when we seeded those WJ MSCs onto the hydrogels differentiated into, they basically enhance the chondrogenesis process, and they differentiated into the chondrocytes as compared to the control, which was the tissue culture plate. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. It's nice to meet you, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Rafia Siddiqui, and I'm pursuing PhD under Dr. Ranjan Patra. And my area of work is in supramolecular chemistry and majoring the halogen bonding and chalcogen bonding. So basically, I'm working in a macromolecular system, which is a challenging task in supramolecular chemistry. Do I'm visible to you, sir? Thank you. So recently I published paper on polymorphism, which is a difficult task in a macromolecular system. And I'm going ahead with my work on emphasizing on the co-crystallization with the macromolecular system, keeping halogen bonding and chalcogen bonding with that, and look for the various applications of this halogen and chalcogen bonding in anion sensing, anion transport. So it's nice to meet you, sir. Thank you.
Big clap. Let's all the faculties. Let's clap for these children. No?
The student was recently published in ACS in organic chemistry.
Great.
Yeah, she has published.
Next. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, respected teachers. I am Joel Alam. I am from MIT Institute of Pharmacy, and I am currently working under Dr. Mariam Sarwat ma'am. And my research topic is on the docking studies. It is about the in silico studies of different natural products, different natural compounds on protein kinase. It is associated with cancer as well as many diseases like neuro diseases, Parkinson diseases, and Alzheimer's about. And I'm in initial stage of research. So thank you, sir.
Hello, everybody. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Amity family. I'm Arnab Chakraborty, and I am a postgraduate from the MSc Molecular Chemistry department. I started working under Mona Lisa ma'am, Ranjan sir, Shoikat sir, and Vivek sir, and I got a lot of experience in all various facets of synthetic chemistry. I worked with porphyrin inert systems. I worked with click compounds. I worked with synthesis of hydrogels. I also got the experience of working in a couple of biological places just getting a basic understanding of how the work is done in vitro in vitro studies. And in my dissertation work, I utilized the potential of ketinamine intermediates to synthesize multiple click compounds, and eventually tried to do some antibacterial studies. And I'm hopefully looking for a PhD position as soon as possible.
He's the first batch master's molecular chemistry from our department. And it is pertinent to state that this boy has come up with 4 research articles in his master degree.
Thank you.
All the best. Wish
Thank
you
you,
all
sir.
the best. Just give it to your colleague.
Good afternoon, all the respected teachers. I am Suman Maji, working under Dr. Devlina Ray. I am now in the second year in Amity Institute of Click Chemistry Research and Studies. My broad area of research is in CH functionalization of heterocyclic chemistry. Basically, we are doing the bond formation, carbon-carbon, carbon chalcogenation, and carbon-oxygen. Already, we optimize 3 reactions from indoline and the hydroxyquinoline. We are preparing derivatives from them, and after that we can go for the biological activity. We are initially targeting for anti-cancer. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all the respected faculty and our chief guest. So I'm working under the supervision of Dr. Ranjan Patra in the AICCRS department, and I'm working with the porphyrin metal catalyst in the CH functionalization, especially in the amination. Sir, as you mentioned, the green chemistry and the green method are very important nowadays because nowadays, as you see, the climate change and all, I'm also thinking about to incorporate these methods in my work also. So basically my work is more towards the CH amination reaction, but I try some CH alkalization reaction with the method green method. So I tried those method and I'm successful with that, but I'm not getting some specific result, but I'm trying on that. So I want to incorporate some green method, and I want your suggestions and some methods to improve my work. Thank you, sir.
Great.
We have few more students, but most of them have gone for classes, sir.
Right. No, they will meet tomorrow. He is going to spend the whole day with you. Saturday, he is going to interact. Each one of you will have lots of time.
Respected professor, respected teachers, and dear colleague, a very good afternoon. I am associated with IARI as in a technical research group where I am working on hybrid of piperine, synthesis and characterization in hybrid of piperine. Why hybrid? Because nowadays anti-cancer resistance drugs are consistently going to develop. So our concept is hybrid. Hybrid basically to combine 2 molecules together by some different linker so that drugs can be anti-resistant against cancer. And other side, I'm doing a PhD as a part-time scholar under the best guidance of Professor Mona Lisa Mukherjee, where I am working on click chemistry-based regenerative biomaterial. Recently, I'm doing coursework over here. After that, we will start our work. सर मैं 2008 से प्रोफेसर परमार के साथ हूँ. सर ने हमेशा मुझे बहुत जबरदस्त तरीके से सपोर्ट किया है, मतलब मैं कह नहीं सकता। लाइक जब DU में एडमिशन हुआ, पहले स्टीफेंस कॉलेज में गया, स्टीफेंस में इंटरव्यू में थोड़ा पंगा हो गया था, तो मैं प्रिंसिपल से बोल के मैं सीधा हिंदू कॉलेज चला गया। मैं कहा मुझे नहीं पढ़ना यहाँ पे। तो वहाँ से पास आउट होने के बाद मुझे किसी ने बताया कि रिसर्च करनी है तो परमार सर के पास चले जाओ। तो परमार सर से मिलने का एक ही तरीका था, रात को जाओ 12 बजे के बाद। मतलब अगर सर हमेशा अपने केबिन में ही कंसिस्टेंटली वर्क करते होते थे, तो लाइब्रेरी से मैं सीधा सर के पास जाता था। तो वहाँ पे सर ने पूछा, हाँ क्या करना चाहते हो? मैंने सर रिसर्च करनी है। सर ने एक बार सीधा बोला कि US जाओ। मैं कहा सर इतना पैसा नहीं है मेरे पास, क्योंकि उसकी टेंशन तुम मत लो। एक अनजान लड़के से, मतलब हाउ ए पर्सन कैन बी सच ए हम्बल एंड, मतलब मुझे नहीं पता इतने अच्छा इंसान कैसे हो सकते हैं। मतलब सर ने मेरा टोटल फी पे किया, सारा डॉलर में फी पे किया। मतलब सर तीरथ राम हॉस्पिटल में होते थे। सर की तबीयत बहुत खराब थी, लेकिन वहाँ पे भी मेरा रिसर्च प्रपोजल चेक कर देते थे। मतलब वहाँ से भी कई बारी जरूरत पड़ती थी फी वगैरह का, तो वहाँ से ही सर अपने PS से बोलते थे कि रुपेश आएगा, इसको आप हैंडल कर लें इसके काम को। उसके बाद इवन मेरा 2 बार सिलेक्शन भी हुआ, एक बार यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ नॉर्थ कैरोलिना एट चैपल हिल USA, एंड एक बार ही अभी 2012 में भी हुआ सिलेक्शन इन शेफील्ड यूनिवर्सिटी। बट थोड़ा सा इंटरनल अटैचमेंट होने के बाद वजह से फैमिली के साथ मैं नहीं गया। उसके बाद एक बार ही मेरी तबीयत भी खराब हो गई थी, मतलब सर के साथ काम करता था मैं वहीं पे लैब में। वहाँ पे भी ऐसा हुआ, इतना पैसा खर्च हुआ था, बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा। तो मुझे आज भी याद है, प्रोफेसर परमार मुझे अपने साथ वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर दीपक पेंटल के पास लेके गए थे कि ही इज़ वर्किंग इन लैब एंड ही गॉट सम इन्फेक्शन। तो वहाँ से भी खुद सर मेरे साथ गए थे, और लाइक वहाँ से पूरा मुझे मेडिकल सपोर्ट दिलाया सर ने। उसके बाद मतलब कभी भी क्या होता था, कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम होती थी, मैं सर के ही पास जाता था। और मुझे नहीं पता मैं कितना मतलब लकी हूँ कि मतलब सर इतना प्यार करते हैं। इवन मैम भी, फॉर्चुनेटली बर्थडे कभी नहीं मनाया, लेकिन ऑटोमेटिकली सर के साथ ही मनता था। मतलब 2010 में भी और अभी भी इस बार भी, इवन पता भी नहीं होता यूजुअली। तो सर आप बहुत अच्छे हैं, मतलब आई कैन नॉट इवन एक्सप्लेन, मतलब देयर इज नो वर्ड टू एक्सप्लेन द विजडम एंड द vast thought process of you. Thank you very much, sir, for everything.
Thank you. Let's give a big clap to remembering, with gratitude. Clap for him, and then clap for our Parmar Sahab, who is a philanthropist as well, besides being a good human being.
Just to add what he said, sometimes luck and circumstances come in the way of one's plans, and here is Rupesh, who will suffer of that. But perseverance and persuasion are with him, and these are good attributes for any scientist. And I'm appreciative that he passed out MS in 2011, I think. And since then, he is looking for a PhD position. We arranged his admission in USA, but somehow that could not happen because of family circumstances at that time. But anyway, I'm so glad that we need people who are so persuasive in research. There's so many examples and stories of successful people who have perseverance. Keep it up, not only Rupesh, but all the students here. And here I want to commend the vision of Professor Selvamurthy and Professor Mukherjee, that in addition to leading scientists heading different divisions and centers and departments here, interaction with the students. That's very important. It gives you encouragement, open up, and express your research in a very brief manner. I think this is a very good idea, and I greatly appreciate that. And I extend my very good wishes to all of you for your very brilliant and successful career as a scientist.
Rupesh, our blessings to you. You will make a mark in life. Okay. Now we move on to Shweta.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm very fortunate to know your inspiring academic trajectory, and that too with the humane touch that you have been doing. That is something that we should take forward. I am an immunologist by training. I have done my PhD in clinical immunology from PGI Lucknow, And thereafter, I've been working in immunology of autoimmune and cancer disorders. Right now, we are working on the project where we are looking at immune subsets in multiple myeloma and to know the immune profiling. We are also looking at certain novel compounds which could be synthetic in nature, which could work as adjuvants, which can boost the immune response to vaccines so that we could make a kind of uniform and robust immune response to almost any kind of antigen. Like, for example, we are now faced with the challenges of emerging viruses and new kinds of pathogen. And so we do need a platform where we could have one adjuvant which could sustain immune response for all kinds of adjuvants. So we are working in that area as well. And I would also like to add that I work in the Department of Virology and Immunology, which is led by Professor Narayan Rishi. And this is the only department in India where MSc Immunology and MSc Virology program has been initiated. And our students are doing very well after passing out from our institute. Thank you, sir. So we have also done some work where we have looked at novel mutations in gestational diabetes, and we have been able to find out some novel mutations in the Indian population that predisposes to gestational diabetes.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Jasleen, and I'm working in Amity Institute of Virology and Immunology under the leadership of Professor Narayan Rishi. Sir, my research area focuses on the synthesis and biological evaluation of ESA macrocyclic ligands for their potential applications in cancer diagnosis and therapy. So presently I'm working in collaboration with Institute of Nuclear Medicine and Light Sciences, DRDO Timarpur, wherein we aim to synthesize some radiolabel probes, and we look for their theranostic applications in breast cancer imaging as well as therapy. So the highlight feature of these agents which we would be proposing is the diagnostic and the therapeutic components. They would be embedded in the same platform. So we don't need to go for diagnosis and therapy using different molecules. So we will have we'll have a one platform only, which will hopefully show the desired results for breast cancer and prostate cancer. It's a great honor for all of us, sir, that you are here with us in Amity University. So we look forward to our fruitful interactions and collaborations. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yeah. You got a project in click chemistry recently?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Along with Dr. Devolina.
Dr. Devolina.
And she could have applied this because she recently published that paper in click chemistry.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. She told me that.
So I'm so happy. All of you are doing extremely well. Now it will be exponential growth for all your research contribution. Delighted.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yes,
I am Dr. Vivek Misra and program leader of AICCRS. And thankful to Professor Monalisa Mukherjee, ma'am, who given me an opportunity to join this Amity Institute of Click Chemistry Research and Studies. I have done my PhD from Banaras Hindu University, and I have worked on organic and polymer chemistry. After that, I got the opportunity to do postdoc in the Professor Joseph Medjewski, who is known as the father of atom transparential polymerization. And there I used that click chemistry for the hydrogel synthesis and stimuli responsive polymers. And then further, I moved to Korea Institute of Industrial Technology for the catalysis work and green chemistry. That group is Professor R.S. Verma, sir, who is well known for the green chemistry. So after that, I moved to NPDF for Delhi University, and thankful to the Parmar, sir. In his lab, I just seated and then applied NPDF project on the click chemistry approach for the catalysis work and green chemistry. And then I joined this Amity Institute. And recently, yesterday, I just got a project approval that is on heterocycle analogs for click chemistry for the antimicrobial resistance application. And thank you. And currently, we are running. Thank you, sir.
And he's the person in our department who has 2 Japanese patent and 2 US patent on his credit.
Oh, great, great.
So, and we are running 2 programs, sir. That is Master MSc in Molecular Chemistry and PhD in Molecular Science and Engineering. In both the courses, we have included click chemistry as a mandatory course. So all the students from master and PhD, they have to learn click chemistry and how to apply in polymer or energy or biological fields. So recently in our first batch, there was only 5 students, and all have got, after this July 2022, all are just got good CGPA as well as 3 or 4 publications in above 5 to 6 impact factor journals, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Saikat. Please.
Thank you, sir, for the
1 minute, Saikat. Professor Parmar.
Yeah, Dr. Mishra, that is remarkable. You're doing so many good things, and of course, patent is very important. You said R.S. Verma is in Korea now, or
no, sir? His student, Professor Yong-Jin Kim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because R.S. Verma was so many places.
Yeah.
I think among the people, Indian-based people in the U.S., I very proudly say this. We did PhD at the same time. We were contemporaries in PhD. But if you see his citations, can you say H index of close to 190?
Yes.
And yes, and he was a pioneer in green chemistry as well as microwave-assisted reactions. And that is one area which really, green chemistry area, if it can be, more people can work into that. And Professor Len, who's a speaker in the afternoon today, is also a good collaborator,
Yes.
friend of R.S. Verma. And he also used microwave-assisted reactions right from the very beginning. So it's great that you are sort of connected remotely
Yes,
with
sir.
him. He's a great scientist and a great friend of ours.
So that collaboration was very fruitful. Within 1 year, I have got that 4 patents.
Every month you see 3 papers from his lab and his collaborators with him in long reviews and research articles. Sometimes, yes, I joke with him, "Tum sote nahi ho kya? Kya karte ho sara din?" But that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would now request Dr. O.P. Sinha to introduce himself. He is here to go to your class.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Professor O.P. Sinha, heading the MIT Institute of Nanotechnology. And I have been very short introduction when I have appeared for a faculty position at St. Stephen. I think it was 2004. And I was given this 90 days contractual faculty position, but I have not accepted at that time at St. Stephen. And from that time, I keep watching the SERP publications because I am looking in the nanotechnology. So here in the nanotechnology, we have a small group of the 11 faculty who are working in the different aspects of the nanotechnology, including the energy, water purification, MOF, and then the solar cells. For my work, I am working with the 2D materials, especially for the organic light emitting diodes, solar cells. And recently, I have started work on bio-based driven carbon material for the supercapacitor application and the battery applications. So my team is working in the different fields. When we were visiting our labs, at that time I will show all the glimpses of those things. And due to the short of time, I had the class from 1:15, so I will take the permission.
I must mention, sir, O.P. Sinha, sir, please wait for 2 minutes. So when I started, I was a little bit hesitant to take as a director because I wanted to be a researcher. But founder sir said that you should do both the things, then only you can grow. And I was a single person in 2016, January 2016, when this Amity Institute of Click Chemistry started. It was a big support of Professor O.P. Sinha, who guided me how to do very good administration. So thank you, sir. And also helped me from NPL to get some of the analysis done because Dr. Ritu Srivastava, I think his wife, she's a brilliant scientist working over there. So thank you, Sinha, sir, whatever you have done for us.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, it's an honor for us. So this is a wonderful morning to welcome Professor Parmar in MIT campus. And it's an honor for us that Professor Parmar will be
attached with our department and entire MIT University for next many years to come. And we will have a very fruitful collaboration and productive research. It's been very inspiring for us to see when we see the achievements of Professor Parmar in the area of organic chemistry and its expansion to various areas, including pharmaceuticals and many other aspects of green chemistry and so on. So it's like a huge story of his achievements in research, and it's been so inspiring for us. When I used to see his papers in the last few decades, it's been all great achievements. So now we are very lucky that he will be attached with us. So to introduce myself, I am Dr. Saika Datta, faculty in AICCRS, working with Professor Monalisa Mukherjee, heading the department. So my area of work and interest is in the material chemistry and its versatile application in various areas, mainly focusing on fuel cells and charge storage applications. Recently, we are also started some work in collaboration with ICAR. I think we were talking about agricultural application in the morning. So many of our able faculties are interested in these areas, and we have dedicated department as well. So we have also started some work in this area, especially nano nutrient deliveries. And in that area, we are trying to develop wood nanotechnology. So just yesterday, we got our first publication accepted in ACS Agricultural Science and Technology. This is just a to begin with certain new technology. I wouldn't say new technology, but yes, of course, it's towards developing nutrient delivery material using wood and exploring its nanotechnology. This is one aspect that we will be looking at in next few years to come. And under to support these kinds of work, we have recently got an approval and sanction of a DBT project, which is in collaboration with ICAR. So we will be working in that area in next 3-4 years to come. And the major focus of our research from AICCRS within my group is mainly on fuel cells and core areas of material chemistry to look at the fundamental aspects and then transforming them into fuel cell application, charge storage application, and various other electrochemical application. To add with this, we have begun to develop a lab in the area of electrochemical energy storage, and which will focus on the fuel cell research mainly, and also the electrochemical sensing. To support this research, we have a DBT Energy Bioscience grant, which will be started soon. And that area will explore towards biosensing using electrochemical technology. With this, we are also trying to develop technologies in CO2 fixation, especially electrochemical CO2 fixation in collaboration with my friends lab in IIT Jodhpur and also IACS Kolkata. I have very strong collaboration with two institutes. One is National Institute of Material Science in Japan, and the other one is Australian Institute of Bioengineering and Nanotechnology in Brisbane. So these two are a very strong partner of my research, and soon we are going to develop a few technologies that will be coming up very soon. And that is in the area of charge storage and exploring certain atom-based materials. So right now we are trying to move from nanospace to atom space, where we would be trying to develop specific properties of atom, which will mimic certain enzymatic properties. So this is like a new field coming up, like atomizymes, like nanozymes, a new field coming up like atomizymes. So now people are going from molecule to nano to atom space. So this is where we are trying to focus for next 4 to 5 years to come. So this is all about our current work.
And a big round of applause for him. At such a tender age, Dr. Saikat Datta has H index 40. So we should really appreciate that. And he's coming up with very good publications. Everyone in my department are brilliant. Dr. Vivek, Dr. Saikat, Dr. Ranjan, Dr. Pooja Prasad, Dr. Namitharan. But yes, to mention this, at this young age, he has such a good H index, and he got a couple of projects, and he's being selected as both Ramanujan as well as Ramalinga Swami. So Srikat, all the best. and for your future endeavors. Next.
Added comment. I think I picked two very nice terms and ideas that you just mentioned. One is nano to atom scale. So you're moving one step up in the dimensions. But the other thing is you talked of this bioelectrochemistry. So how far, we must talk in detail, but this very good area because today batteries is the future of energy, electric vehicles and all that. So we should talk on that, how far you are there and if you have some able students working in this area.
Sure. We have come up with a concept, elaborate review article in nano energy very recently. So the work will be in that direction where we will try to encapsulate some, active enzymes in a certain material, and then looking at their properties in generating charge by the electron transfer process. So this is actually the basic electron transfer mechanism that we will be looking at. So it's a kind of a physical, organic, or physical bioorganic kind of techniques.
It's a very hard area, and though I'm organic chemist, I do not have direct specialization, but I see the future. And I'm very closely collaborating with, I took two students in May and June, one from our Delhi University, Professor Prasad's group, and another from VIT. And they're working very well in these battery areas and using what your terms that you're using. So we must talk more on this. It's a very hard area. And maybe in that program, we can take one more student. If you have any people who have some experience in that area.
Sure, sir. Sure. That will be excellent. Thank you.
So tomorrow you please discuss with him or today evening. Right. Seema?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I am Professor Seema Garg from MIT Institute of Applied Sciences. I'm Head Student Affairs also there. Sir, my research area is basically green chemistry. So as click chemistry is also part of green chemistry, I work on photocatalytic material. I prepare photocatalytic material like using the green leaves and green part of the plant, and then I work on that, and that photocatalysis is actually totally green because it uses solar light and available oxygen which is present in the atmosphere. By that it works. So we have filed patent also on that. Actually, the generally photocatalysts are UV active photocatalysts, and that 4% 4% UV light is absorbed by TiO2, that is or zinc oxide. Only in the solar light 4% UV radiation. And but we talk about visible active photocatalyst, that is 46% visible light is there. So I work on that, and I try to modify the material for enhancing the photocatalytic activity. So for that, I have filed many patents and publications. Sir, you are right, very, very right, that collaborations are very important. So I have collaboration with Hungarian Academy of Sciences and University of Szeged, Hungary, and Leipzig University, German, and that Petersburg from Russia, and University of Malaya. So these are my collaborators. These are very helping, and we work on for preparing different photocatalytic material for degradation of dyes, not only dyes, but recalcitrant organic pollutant also, like pesticide, antibiotics, which are in the water, and these are very harmful for not only aquatic life but for human being also. So we degrade them, and when these are degraded, then the byproducts which are generated, these are very, very less harmful if we compare it with the pollutant. And generally these are completely degraded and form carbon dioxide and water. So by the different characterization, we prove that the pollutant has been completely degraded. So these kind of, so I work on mainly bismuth based material. These are bismuth oxyhalides, bismuth titanate, bismuth vanadate, molybdate, and then prepare composites by doping, by preparing different heterostructures. And so, sir, if we see the leaves, these are just working as a sensitizer. So they capture the sunlight and provide the light to the material. So it enhances the photocatalytic activity. If we see the photocatalysis, it is having 3-4 problems. Like they have generally the lower band gap, or they combine easily. Electron hole pairs are combined very easily. So we have to focus in that area. How can we enhance the, we can separate them, electron and hole pairs. So first of all, this is the issue. This is a very, very big challenge in the case of photocatalyst, because this is very good technology which can be used for not only degrading the pollutant, but energy generation, also hydrogen generation and reduction of carbon dioxide, and organic transformations, organic reactions. So these photocatalysts can be used. But this is the first thing which is very problematic, that electron hole pairs separation is very important for the reaction. And second is the immobilization. Like if we use the photocatalytic material, how can we separate that out from the water if we use it in aqueous water phase? So we have solved both the problems. We have designed the photocatalyst in that way. There we have shown that more separation of electron hole pairs, more electron holes are there for the process, and moreover we have immobilized the material on suitable substrates, various substrate, different, which one substrate was provided by my Hungarian counterpart, and then we have used that, and we found that now this is very easy to use the photocatalyst direct. We can put the that fiber in the water, and the water, like the pollutant, can be easily removed by that. And one more prototype we have designed in our laboratory, that using carbon block, which was provided by the active carbon block company Hyderabad, and then we immobilize our material on that by a particular process, and we use the material. The material was completely immobilized by that material, by the substrate, and then we can use many times that prototype for degrading the pollutants. So this is just my area of research I'm working on. Thank you, sir.
You're doing so many different things so greatly, nicely. You said rightly, and I also commented on that collaborations are very important for two reasons. Basically, one is one does not have expertise in all the different areas, and today you need to do a comprehensive piece of work which can be applicable and which can really be published in a visible, good impact journal. Secondly, one is not equipped always with the instrumentation that is required for studies or characterization, or so you need to collaborate with people who have that facility and knowledge. Also, I have a great to hear from you that you exchange material also with Hungarians and some industry in Hyderabad.
Yeah.
Because that is one part that is missing. I remember when we were doing natural products work on one of the Piper species, genus Piper. India is fortunate to have 33 Piper species going in India, and we had a big project from Denmark in 90s. It was almost a department. 14 years was very heavily funded by Denmark. So we used to send even the plant parts. It was not that critical as today. You cannot do that. And crude extracts we used to send. And then they had the better facility, prep, HPLC and all that, which we did not have at that time. And good NMR facility. So we published within a span of about 8 years, almost 120 papers, and 10 PhDs were granted from my group in that area. So I think this openness in science is very important. I should also comment Professor Shok Prasad. His name has been said so many times by different colleagues, including Professor Mukherjee. He's head and dean now at back home. He worked 10 years in that project, 6 years in Delhi and 4 years in Denmark. Can you imagine, Professor Mukherjee, he isolated from one Piper extract 26 compounds, pure compounds, lignans, all having similar structures. And they each had 3 or 4 stereo centers also, by PrEP HPLC and by column chromatography, each identified. And we published in Tetrahedron. That paper is so much cited even today in natural product chemistry.
So one more thing, 15 students visited the Hungarian labs for their major project from our MSc program, and 3 students, I can say 2 students are already doing postdoc from Hungary because of our collaborations, and one more has been selected for postdoc. My student, she has completed this year only PhD. So the collaborations are like, we can go ahead in research by collaborations only. So students are also taking very much. I must say
here, and also suggest and request for Selva Murthy, please encourage collaborations in as much as possible by MIT. I mean, because this is way to progress and prosper in science.
That's sir. In fact, founder president has started a mission synergy. Mission Synergy, Mission Connect. These two are actually to build collaborations, and we have almost 300 MOUs with various universities, organizations in India and abroad.
We have MOU also with Hungary.
Hungary.
So, last time when Professor Clara visited our university, we also conferred honorary professorship to her under the guidance of Selva Murthy sir.
So what is, even if MIT has to go a little further in sporting the visit or for purpose, I think that will strengthen the collaboration. Because when you visit a place, you know more, you can get more out of that, even if you stay for 3 days at a place.
So before Arpita, I will request Narayan Rishi. He has to meet another appointment.
Thank you very much, sir.
Dr. Seema, Dr. Varsne was talking about you, very high about you. We had lunch together in International Guest House. I think you know him.
Yeah, because when I got the Indo-Hungarian project, he was scientist in that project, and he was looking. And like each year when I submitted UCSE, he appreciated me a lot because under guidance of Selva Murthy sir and founder president sir and you all, so we did lot of work for that project, and sir. That's why sir appreciated me a lot. We have published sir more than 25 papers with Hungary, and now sir in 2016 we got a Indo-Hungarian project, and again 2021 we got a Indo-Hungarian project.
So DST.
So DST, and this is project with IITians also, means
In
like
Budapest
these are also,
or what is
yeah,
it?
Budapest. Thank you.
Now the focus should be on translational research. I want products, patents, product, technology, process.
Yes, sir. We'll work for because I have designed a prototype for water treatment. So because of the lack of funding, we are not going ahead. But yes, definitely.
This is also for PhD scholars.
Yeah.
Always think of a deliverable.
Yeah, right.
It should be in the form of a product, technology, process, or a major breakthrough in basic fundamental research.
As our Prime Minister also says.
Yes. Please, Dr. Narayan Rishi.
Thank you very much, sir. After having spent 41 years in hardcore agriculture, longest 30 years being at Haryana Agriculture University on different positions, and I was involved with the quinquennial review team of number of institutes as desired by the 3 successive DG of ICAR. So after that, in 2010, I joined MIT Institute of MIT University, and Honorable Founder President gave me the responsibility of developing MIT Institute of Virology and Immunology from the core. And now at the moment, we have 4 programs. One is virology, another immunology, medical microbiology, and genomics. And one postgraduate diploma program in clinical virology and immunology, for which there is a lot of demand. And then 2 UG program. One is life science, and another is medical microbiology and immunology. So after having worked for just 10-12 years in this institute, only yesterday we had a very pleasant, accidentally I saw in Google that 3 institutes of virology in India, 2, that is the Advanced Institute of Virology at Kerala, has 5-star, and the Institute of Virology at Indian Agriculture Research Institute has 5-star, and we have reached to 4.5 stars. So it was a surprise to us. Yeah, and so, thank you so much, sir. So, and our students have been placed on very good positions. 3 of our students are on positions in AIMS. One is at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Madurai Kamaraj University, and like that, at number of places and abroad also. One student is at Vienna, Austria, after doing PhD from the same place. So like that. Now coming to the work, mostly only 2-3 important work that I would like to tell. Since Shweta has already described about her work in autoimmune diseases, and now the second, my faculty in immunology, he is concentrating on rheumatic heart disease. So he found HLA allele 2, which was responsible for the rheumatic heart disease. This project is in collaboration with Assam Medical College, Dibrugarh. Because of the obvious conditions, now the problem mostly exists in Northeast. In the plains, the problems have gone to very low. And thereafter, he has also found the proteins responsible for the polymorphism HLA2. Now, this is that. And then in virology, we have identified some of the genes, and we are trying to develop some diagnostics. We have developed some of the diagnostics which have been patented, and especially in plant viruses. And plant viruses, another breakthrough is this, that while at Haryana Agriculture University, I was the first to develop a GM plant, genetically modified plant, against cotton leaf curl disease, which was a havoc, created a havoc in entire northern India of the cotton growing areas. So I was the first to develop that, and that is the problem. In fact, now they have allowed. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He was working on mustard. So one of the project he was my collaborator. So and now they have allowed. Now they have allowed to use of GM, of course, on a limited level. And then the new technology we are now adopting is CRISPR-Cas technology, which is irreversible. That is even because GM plants, yeah, that's right. GM plants, the resistance can be broken, but this using this CRISPR-Cas technology, and in fact, my expert faculty is now in USA for last 1.5 years, Dr. Ashish Sarvasto, and he has done excellent work over there. So this work we are taking up further, and we have been successful in developing resistance. So these are some of the very important results.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nishida. I think we should be talking more.
Thank you. And he's here for 4 days. So. Arpita,
Yes.
quickly, just briefly, because I have to introduce others, and then he has to go for lunch and visit. So just briefly, and then he is here. Please meet him.
Yeah,
you know, all of you.
Definitely, sir.
Even Sunday,
He is in the guest house. He is
Yes,
staying in our guest house.
Good afternoon, all present here. And it is my privilege to present here and talk in front of such a great personality, which is a great scientist, researcher, then is a human being, great human being. So I'm from Amity Institute of Nanotechnology, Professor Arpita Bhattacharya. My department means Amity Institute of Nanotechnology offers several UG and PG program along with PhD. Especially for my research area, I'm basically a chemist. I'm BSc chemistry, and after that did my BTech MTech in chemical technology for this application of different chemical reactions and all. And my research area is especially encapsulation. Even my PhD topic was on the nano encapsulation of anti-cancer drug. So different natural material like protein and polysaccharides are used for these drug delivery systems. I encapsulated methotrexate as the anti-cancer drug for the nano delivery and their biodistribution in different organs. And after that, not only stick to this drug, many organic chemicals, encapsulation now is my area. I developed a slow release insect repellent, mosquito repellent along with DRDO Gwalior, DRD Gwalior lab by encapsulating some natural, it is not natural, it is synthetic repellent DEPA, and increased its efficacy much larger than that what is the normal one. Now I have shifted to the natural ingredients, some essential oils to follow the green chemistry to reduce the pollution and all. Natural essential oil acts as the various repellent, insect repellent. And now I am using essential oil encapsulated in natural polymers. And
to incorporate that encapsulated material in various form, in pellet form, in paint formulation also. I'm working right now with the industry to develop mosquito repellent emulsion paint. So, and it gives about 3 years repellency. So now it is in the final stage. Hopefully it will be, the technology will be transferred to them, Berger Paints India Limited. And
Thank you, Arpita.
yeah. Thank you so much,
Just pass
sir.
on
We
to them.
have the multidisciplinary institute. When you will visit our lab, we'll
Wish you all the
explain
best
this.
for your nanomaterials and paints, Berger paints.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Just hand over the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Vinit Kumar.
Let's welcome Mr. Yeah, just introducing themselves. All of them are introducing about their area of research briefly. Yeah.
So I'm Dr. Vinit Kumar. I work in MIT Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research under the headship of Professor B.C. Das, sir. So my main research area is, or the main research subject is nucleic acids. So we are trying to understand how different conditions, whether it's disease or normal, they can change the structure of these nucleic acids, and can we target these nucleic acids to put forward new treatment regime. So in that case, recently I got a grant from European Commission. So they only fund this grant for the project which are highly translational in nature. So I got this grant, and already I have started this work. So we are developing new molecule which can target and stabilize non-canonical structures which are linked to cancer initiation and progression. So this is under the next generation drug discovery program. And another research area is biocompatible deep red emitting nanoparticles. And in that area also, I recently got a grant. And in collaboration with Nissan company, Japan, we are now employing machine learning and artificial intelligence to find new conditions that can assist and aid toward the development of more efficient nanoparticles for specific applications. So these are the two areas in which we are working. And recently, in collaboration with this Nissan company, we have submitted a paper in Biotechnology Advances. It's a 18 Impact Factor journal. And we got a very good comments from the reviewers. And soon we'll be able to get it published. And apart from it, we got 4 patents on different aspects of these nucleic acid structures. And recently, European Commission, they have initiated a $10 million initiative under next generation drug discovery. So this grant is from that initiative.
And he's also editor of a very big journal. Please.
So I'm a guest editor of Seminar in Cancer Biology. It's one of the top journal with impact factor of 18. And I'm also associate editor of BMC Cancer. Thank you.
Very, very interesting and very highly applicable work. I mean, artificial intelligence and then the new way of drug discovery. So I think I shall talk on that briefly in one of my talks today and Monday also. Sure. So we shall talk on that more. Thank you.
We'll build some good collaboration with both these great scientists. Dr. Mariam?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to be here. When Mona Lisa ma'am told me about Professor Parmar about 2 or 3 days ago, and she said that Professor Parmar is such a genuine scientist, such a great scientist, and he's very down to earth. Then I was thinking that maybe such kind of person is there. But today, yes, I believe in it. I'm Dr. Mariam from MIT Institute of Pharmacy, and Dr. Sandeep is our HOI, and Professor Das is our dean. And I've got great help from Professor Silva Murthy sir, Dr. Das sir, and Dr. Sandeep sir for doing my research at AIP. I've completed 4 research projects from DBT, DST, SIR, Ayush Ministry, and recently I've got one project. And my work is on herbal medicines. So we prepare extract from various medicinal plants, and we do formulations, polyherbal formulations, as well as we do synergistic activity with these polyherbal formulations and the natural molecules also we study. And we study them for in vitro analysis as well as in vivo analysis on various disease models like neurodegenerative diseases as well as cancer. My main focus area is on liver cancer, and I have filed various patents on that. And we evaluate the molecular biology, the signaling pathway also of these drugs. We do this through the help of docking studies, other bioinformatics studies, as well as molecular biology, Western blotting, real-time PCR, etc. And we have collaborations with various departments at MIT here, and with Mona Lisa ma'am. She's a great scientist, and she's very down to earth.
You did a project in high altitude
Yes,
medicinal
we have
plant.
recently visited the Sowa Rigpa Institute of Ministry of Ayush at Leh Ladakh. And this will be our new project. We will be working on that. It is on high altitude plants, and we will be evaluating them for the anti-cancer activity. And then we will also be seeing what are the medicinal potential in other diseases as well. Thank you so much.
One of the most active researcher of MIT Institute of Pharmacy. Yes.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Mariam.
you.
Dr. Biswas.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Parmar, Dr. Neil. I'm Professor Subhrajit Biswas, Deputy Director of MIT Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research, led by our visionary Professor B.C. Das sir. And we are on the same group. Dr. Manoj is there, Dr. Pineet also there, and B.C. Das sir already mentioned that we work on different kind of the cancer. So my special area on the liver cancer, hepatocellular carcinoma. So before joining in MIT, I was in Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences. And before that, in almost a decade, I was in US and Medical University, South Carolina. Then I was in Vanderbilt Medical Center. Then I expertise on hematopoietic stem cell. That's why I'm here. But apart from, I have a liver microenvironment laboratory with all kind of the fund, DVT, DST, SARB, I have ICMR. So as Manoj mentioned, that is without the drug delivery or delivery system is very important, and nanoparticle is important. So I also involved in the nanoparticle research, and recently, not recently, 3 years back, almost I started the work with one delivery system of microRNA. You know about in the cancer cell that is microRNA fluctuates a lot in the metastatic, non-metastatic state. So I developed one strategy to use the nanoparticle as a delivery system of microRNA. So I made one dipeptide made nanoparticle tagged with one ligand called lactobionic acid, and which is very specific for hepatocellular carcinoma, specific on receptor called acyloglycoprotein. So we did in vitro work and in vivo work to prove that, and taken the patent application and published the paper in hepatology, which is the impact of 17 plus. So from MIT. And I was involved in nano, and I'm very collaborator of Dr. Mona Lisa, and better to say good friends, and we work together.
Friends, yeah. Biswas,
always,
yes. Can you mention about that path-breaking research series where you?
Oh, okay. That is not related with exactly nanoparticle base. That is a surviving protein. So that is a published good impact journal. And the work is well explained in European Liver Society, and one of my students got the Young Investigator Award from there. So work was there. So about the surviving protein, and you know that is in the embryonic stage, that protein actually very essential because the cell have to survive. But when we grow, that is adult cell or the terminally differentiated cell don't express any surviving, but cancer cell is taking the advantage. So that is my finding. And not only cancer cells, some cancer associated cell like stellate cells, that's also taking advantage of the surviving to serving more as well as going for the metastasis in hepatocellular carcinoma. So that is a good finding. So even I'm working on the macrophage modulation, how it is in the microenvironment working. So some kind of the it's a totally cell-to-cell based interaction as well as targeted delivery lab now in the translational aspect. So fortunately, I got all grants I have, and Dr. Mona Lisa also worked with me, and he is doing really excellent and publishing good impact papers. And whenever he has a deep the hydrogels and all, just tell me that is Shubhrajit, biological part is yours.
Thank you. Thank you,
Recently,
Dr.
we have
Biswas.
published in ACS Nano, and also we have published in ACS Sustainable just 1 month back.
Yes, 9.2 impact factor.
Nine.
Very good.
And the ACS Nano was around 18.9.
Doing a great job. Now,
And the next person, that is on request of Professor Parmar, because he wanted that Mona Lisa, there should be one bioinformatics, and I cannot see anyone other than
Dr.
Dr.
Kamal
Kamal Rawat.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this chemist focus meeting, but I'm happy to be here to hear about the good research you people have been doing. I am Kamal Rawal. I'm a head of Center for Computational Biology and Bioinformatics, and we run programs BTech, MTech, PhD, and my research group is fortunate to have funds from international funding agency like Kleber Foundation, USA. We are along collaborated with Baylor College of Medicine. Using that, yes. So I am a adjunct faculty over there. So we have been, collaborating very closely on vaccine development systems, and we have built a new program, a new platform which we call AI-based system, which shortens the time frame to get new vaccine to the market, and also saves a lot of cost, like 30 to 40% cost is saved. So its platform is an outcome of our 1.8 million US dollar project, which we executed in past 3 years with Baylor. And we have published in High Impact Journal. We have made a new product. Now we are attempting to take that product to other pharma companies, to other researchers. So we are commercializing that project as well. So it's all AI deep learning systems. The second vertical, which we are working in drug repurposing, where we have a tinge of computational chemistry modules, where we are finding new use of existing drug in drug discovery system. We have multi-modular system. It is supported by a SERP, DST, and ICMR. And again, this is a project which has got good commercial potential. The third vertical, which we are working with oncologists, the cancer specialist, where we are mimicking the intelligence of radiologists, histopathologists. So we are seeing the CT scan of the patient, lung cancer patients. We are trying to diagnose them using the AI modules as the radiologists would do, and we are sequencing those patients, getting the genomic data, correlating with the tumor data on the imaging data sets, and also seeing which drug would be useful for that particular patient based upon that sequencing and the radiology data. So idea is, in a resource constrained country such as India, how to reduce the diagnostic costs and bring in more technologies into the system. Again, this has got, we published a part of this in a journal of clinical oncology, a 44 impact factor journal recently. And now we're trying for Lancet. So the paper is ready, so we'll be Lancet Digital, because that is again 36 impact factor.
Well, I'm very impressed what you're doing because that is again AI bioinformatics in a way related, and I mean you've accomplished. Nothing can do more than accomplishments. So I'm very happy if we can collaborate, and we should have good discussion maybe Saturday, Sunday, whenever you have time.
We are happy to, Yeah,
we'll come. Please talk to him, Kamal.
Sure.
Yeah, Saturday, sit with him. See, specific collaboration should be identified, and so that you can build the partnership.
Sure, sir.
Now, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Puneet. Welcome, Dr. Christoph and Dr. Parmar. Again, I started my research work during my post-graduation with the structural elucidation part under the guidance of Dr. Professor R.L. Khosa, sir. And he was from BHU. Yeah, Professor Khosa, sir. Now, unfortunately, he's no more with us, but he guided me a lot in the structural elucidation part. And luckily, I got one one polysaccharide, its structure elucidated, and that is Brunus amygdalis dulcis. So that we elucidated during that time, and then after that, as I've continued during my PhD work, so I conjugated it via enzyme, say enzyme sensitive your peptide, a dipeptide, and that was the linker, which was enzyme again. It can be cleaved by only the enzyme available in the intestine, that is the trypsin, chymotrypsin. It was not sensitive for pepsin. So I got the data from Dixon Malkin enzymes. There was a I got that book from somewhere, and then I applied that. So I synthesized this one's the polysaccharide, then this linker, and then ceftriaxone sodium, because ceftriaxone cannot work orally. So I was trying to develop oral formulation. So it is under process, and during the time I'm very close to a new class of antibiotics actually. So apart from all these things, it is I'm very close. I'm working on it, but a little slow. Then after that, I've taken up a gap in which I have gone into the verticals of the trainings and placements also during 13-14. So during that time, I was very close to the clinical research trainings in pharmacovigilance, clinical data management. So that what I have applied in collaboration with the CliniMinds, we have signed an MOU in 2019. After that, and the 2019 also, I have signed one MOU with a Malaysian university. Now again, it is in the pipeline. Another university we are going to collaborate for the student exposure in the clinical research. Because the clinical is applied more again advanced in these countries, so Malaysian countries or other countries. So now we are going to apply that. Their students are going to come to us for the pharmaceutical industry. So I've got a great rapport with the pharmaceutical industry. I sent more than 500-600 students to industry across India, including USFDA approved plants. So they're going to come here, the Malaysian students, and from Middle East also. And apart from that, I'm going to organize one program which was being postponed because of COVID in the Amity University, Dubai, related to the pharmacovigilance and the business analytics development. Now this was the part. Then during my academic work and the research work, I collaborated with the National Institute of Oceanography, CSIR Institute, Goa, and Dr. Narsingh Thakur is there. So I collaborated with him. I sent one student of the batch from Hitesh. He's working as ICMR fellow. So from his batch, so Sonam Kundral. Now she's doing a PhD from Dipsaru. And her work is on the marine bacteria. She again extracted some material from marine bacteria, and she's working on anti-cancer. So again, we are also collaborated in that. Apart from that, I sent the project. I have written the project for ICMR, for which Hitesh has been granted as the ICMR fellow. So now he's working on antimicrobial resistance, and luckily, due to Hitesh, I collaborated with Mona Lisa ma'am. Although I knew Mona Lisa ma'am, she's a great researcher, but because of Hitesh, I got connected to Dr. Mona Lisa ma'am, and we have done recently an international conference also. So then the third student which I have collaborated for is again, that was Komal, one student. She's working now in Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. It's a WHO approved center for analysis. So this is what I was doing, and currently we are into the phytomolecules. We are going to synthesize some derivatives from phytomolecules, and definitely we are searching these strategies. And this is because my interest in chemistry. I'm from pharmaceutical chemistry. I was having interest in chemistry. That's why I've taken this branch. And definitely I'll be taking your help, your guidance while synthesizing the derivatives of phytomolecules, because we are keenly working, a lot of work we are doing so that we can get at least any formulation in the market, so that we can reverse the antimicrobial resistance, particularly on those obsolete antibiotics, because currently we don't have any new line of antibiotics, and that is the biggest problem which we are facing. And we have even seen reports like people dying out of E. coli and staphylococcus infections. This has happened. Again, although the COVID has again superseded everything, but this is still the problem. So we are going to have the formulations together. And one example, sir, one example is that piperine and rifampicin. piperine, rifampicin is again, this combination is in the market. So due to that, okay, thank you, sir.
One is, you said you had some kind of oligosaccharide from previous species. Coincidentally, the PhD work was also two species, Prunus cerasus, the cherries, and Prunus domestica plums, trees. So we isolated, that was in 73, 74. Isolated new flavonoids and chalcones and studied their structures. Second is AMR, that is very relevant today. And also the drug discovery based on natural products, where you have to make analogs and derivatives which can be more active. All that I shall be talking in my second talk, I think Monday, on the natural product inspired drug discovery and development. So we should talk on that. We have some good papers with CSR labs in that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Puneet. Dr. Arora.
Very good afternoon, Dr. Parmar sir, and it's a privilege to interact with you through the AFSTIA and Dr. Mona Lisa. We have a institute that is MIT Institute of Pharmacy with the undergraduate, bachelor's, and master's different branches program, and PhD also. So our master's program are focused in different direction of drug discovery and development and product development, pharmaceutical chemistry, formulation, pharmaceutics, pharmacology, and other things. So accordingly, the research also has been multidimensional. That has been on the new molecule development, drug synthetic derivatization, in making sure that the molecules offer some physicochemical advantage as compared to the earlier drug molecules in form of better dissolution, better bioavailability, targeting, and all those things. So a lot of projects have been in that direction. The second part is formulation development, that has been on the traditional formulation development also, as well as in the advanced formulation development, including some of the things mentioned in this place. Nano formulation development, solid dispersions, solid liquid dispersion, solid lipid nanoparticles. So a lot of formulations have been happening so that we offer the industry some advantage as to the increased profile of the molecules and the drugs and the formulation, so that they offer better viability and maybe reduced dosage. That may be one of the aspects. Side by side, the pharmacology team also keeps on working on the mechanisms, the exact targeting, and the systems biology that has become more relevant as we see recently, so that if we are able to get new mechanisms or new receptors that can be validated, or we can show that one particular molecule is multidimensionally acting. So we have appropriate focus on the natural products also, as well as in the Ayush and other products. Ayush and other products, as Dr. Mariam mentioned, the projects on the Unani, Ayush, and other products. So we are also trying to validate them clinically, as she told, through all this thing. That is one of the agenda for the government also, so that we are able to validate the clinical aspect of all these products which are already existing as far as the traditional knowledge is concerned. Then we also we have a number of publications and patents. I myself have around 42 patents in synthetic, semi-synthetic derivatization, phytoformulation. And in the time of COVID, we collaborated with some herbal industries so that we could validate the preclinical and clinical aspects of one formulation, so that we could prove that it was able to inhibit the cytokine storm and take care of the lung collapse, and that could be an additional medicine as during the COVID thing. So that product was already approved by the Ayush, and it has been taken up by one company that is already being marketed. So we are going in that direction. Translation development, we will be setting up the translation collaborative center that is already being discussed upon, as Dr. Selvamuthi said. We are trying to go in that direction, more and more things which could be launched, and we can tie up with various departments of the university and take on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So this is what is the galaxy of our scientists, faculties. Okay, just.
Yeah, Radhika, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Radhika. Recently, I have received PhD Women Scientist grant under the mentorship of Professor Mona Lisa ma'am. And the title of the project is Suffix.
Keep it closer like this. No, keep the mic closer.
The title of the project is Suffix Functionalized Graphene Quantum Dots and Targeted Therapeutics.
Very good. Let's give a big clap to her.
Thank you so much.
So now we let us break for lunch and then assemble back for two important lectures. Professor Chris as well as Professor Parmar. They are going to give a wonderful presentation. Please join us at F3 MDP room with your students, as many students as possible, PhD scholars, so that they will all be immensely benefited with this rich knowledge, experience, expertise, wisdom. So please bring more and enjoy your lunch. Sorry that we delayed, because this is very important. The visit to the labs, even we can do it on Monday, but then listening to them is very important. Last word is from you.
I welcome Professor Christoph Len, friend and collaborator for about 15 years. And we published together 25 research papers. Research papers, and he has visited Delhi University and India, many parts of India, I think 6 or 7 times. And some of our students and young faculty have spent time in his labs. He is working in an area which is very hard today, and one day I'm sure in that area, Nobel Prize will be given, flow chemistry. Like click chemistry, nobody knew that it will be awarded with such the highest possible science award. So he is a pioneer in flow chemistry. You must hear to him. So with this, I have said about Christoph Len, and he will be talking in the afternoon, as Professor Selvamurthy said. But I reserved a few comments about Professor Selvamurthy to this moment. I didn't say in my opening remarks. I mean, you need a great personality who can help move science, not only himself doing good science, but to move science. And he's one I have seen. Me and Professor H.G. Raj, he's no more in the world. He was at the Patel Chest Institute of Lung. And he was doing a very enthusiastic scientist. And he was collaborating with us to study the production of an enhancement of nitric oxide in the human system. And we've supplied him close to 500 compounds from our collection, natural products and coumarins. And he found 2 of them very, very important and active. We published close to 50 research papers in collaboration with Patel Chest Institute. He was stuck in one measurement of nitric oxide level measurement. And we learned that DPAS, which was at that time Professor Selvamurthy was heading, and Raj first went alone, then we both of us went one time. And he was so gracious that he allowed the use of that instrument to us. And based on the study in his institute on the nitric oxide measurement instrument, we could publish 3 papers. Based upon that, we went to DSIR. They gave us a grant of 25 lakhs, including a new nitric oxide measurement instrument to Professor Raj's lab. And that resulted in 3 Indian patents. And so I must thank Professor Selvamurthy at that time, initially to allow us access to that instrument, and which resulted in that great collaboration. And I see the same here now, though we are meeting after a gap of 10 or 12 years now, that he has really, as director of this innovation and research institute, under which all the different colleagues who presented their work and comments are working. So great leadership and great personality to move science. And that is, I think we need people, more people like him. I can only compare him with Professor Michalka. He was also the same. I mean, whenever I went to him, it's such encouraging words. Even now in the Reliance Research Center in Pune, he invited me in 2018. I went and had chat with him for one day. I mean, I mean, we need people like this in our country to move science and to appreciate what the scientists are doing and encourage them and support them as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Professor Parmar is my friend, so he's so generous and kind. This work was on nitric oxide for soldiers at high altitude when they develop pulmonary edema in their lungs. And how do we prevent it? Nitric oxide is a potent vasodilator. It works through calcium-dependent potassium ion channels, and oxygen works on the voltage-gated potassium ion channels. So when you give this combination of nitric oxide at 15 parts per million and also oxygen at 50%, we were able to treat the high altitude pulmonary edema patients at high altitude, make them recover and complete their tenure, maybe for 2 years or 3 years. So this was a work which he was telling, because the nitric oxide is a very, very important. Then we were looking at how do you deliver it in the form of gas. It's a problem because it gets into nitrogen dioxide. Because if you NO plus O2, nitrogen dioxide, it's very highly toxic, and then it will damage the lungs. So we were looking at more than 2 ppm is very dangerous. So we were looking at something to deposit like sodium nitrate into the lungs in the aerosols. So we were working at that aerosol deposition in situ. And so today it's a modality of treatment for soldiers at high altitude, the combination of nitric oxide and oxygen. That's the work he's done. Thank you. This was published in Circulation in 1998, December. So we published that in Circulation. So enjoy your lunch. We'll assemble back at 3 o'clock in the F3 MDP.
इसमें लगना चाहिए, इसमें एक इसमें लगता है दूसरा जो वो तो है यहाँ पर इसी में करेंगे ये लगना ये आना चाहिए इस साइज का है
मैक्रो का चाहिए सर
otherwise you will email I can email this I don't
yes
good
Hello, hello. Yes. So good afternoon, friends. Today we are here to listen to two distinguished, highly accomplished, and who have made a mark in their own life and in their professional life. They are here to interact with you all, share their thoughts, experience, knowledge, skills, all that what we have they want to give you. That is how they are here with us. I will first introduce Professor Dr. Christoph Len. He is a great scientist from PSL University, CNRS France. Everybody knows CNRS France means immediately CNRS comes into our mind. So he works in that PSL University, and his specialization is organic synthesis, biomass derived molecular reactivity for formation of new chemical bonds. When you say the macromolecules or biomass derived molecules, we talk about glycerol, fatty acids, lignin, cellulose, all those. And he is also working on carbon-carbon cross-coupling is another area of his research. You will hear more from him. But he has published more than 200 research papers in journals of repute, and his H index is 45 and I-10 index is 147. Let's give a big clap to our distinguished guest from France, Dr. Christopher Len. Over to you, Professor Christopher.
Thank you, Professor, for your kind introduction. So first, I would like to thank the organization staff and all the person involved in my invitation for today. I'm happy to be with you and to share my last result. And it's my 15th time in India. My first visit was in VIT and in Delhi in 2009, and it's always a great pleasure. So today I would like to discuss with you our last impact in flow chemistry. So like that we can transfer all the batch reaction to the flow system for a better and sustainable world. So PSL is a big university in Paris, but we create a cluster to be bigger. So in this cluster we have ESPCI, CNRS, Collège de France, and other different establishments. Like that, we have a big cluster and we have a good classman in Shanghai ranking. So of course, you know, in Paris we have the Eiffel Tower, we have Champs-Élysées, good wine, red and white wine, good food, fashion, movie, and if you travel to Europe and you have time to visit Paris, let me know and we can have a discussion, scientific discussion on more. So normally we finish the talk with a presentation of the group. So me, I prefer to start with this slide because like that I'm not in the rush. The most important is my group, it's not me. So as you can see, we have an international group. Here you have Claudius coming from South Africa. He's a postdoc student. Here is Vishal coming from Lebanon, a postdoc student. Here it's Alexander, a master student coming from Belgium. Of course, we have some French people. So Rémi is a postdoc from France. Amélie is a PhD from France. And I have two new Chinese PhD students just arriving in Paris. And my last PhD is Ria Chaudhary, coming from Delhi. And I'm the co-supervisor with Professor Ashok Prasad from Delhi. So they made a very nice work, and I will share with you part of this work. So, of course, we want to have a sustainable world with more greener reaction. So to do that, we have different tools on lever. And in my group, we decide to have an impact in catalysis, homogeneous or heterogeneous catalysis. Of course, we can use commercial one, but we prepare homemade heterogeneous catalysis as well. And with this catalyst, we can use alternative energy sources. One of these sources is continuous flow. And if we have not enough result with the flow, we add microwave irradiation with flow. So we have the flow and we have microwave irradiation. Similarly, we can use ultrasound, photochemistry, mechanochemistry. I'm not sure you are aware with mechanochemistry. Mechanochemistry is the mechanical activation of compound. So normally you use ball milling in batch. It's a planetary ball milling system like the planet system. And inside the batch reactor, you have ball and you shock the ball and you create energy and you activate the reaction. And now we develop ball milling in continuous flow. There's only 4 labs all around the world. We work together and we are part of these 4 labs. And then, of course, if you develop catalysis, if you develop alternative sources, and you use toluene or benzene, it's not good. It's not green. You miss something. So we have to develop green solvent or eco-friendly solvent. So perhaps solvent-free is the best solvent. If you have no solvent, perhaps it's better. Of course, when you are a student, you can say, yes, but you develop solvent-free reaction, but at the end, when you want to make an extraction, you add a quantity of solvent. So it's the same. No, it's not the same. Because when you make a reaction with a solvent at 100 degrees C, 20 bar, you can have a leak, you can have an explosion and something like that. When you use the same amount of solvent or less solvent for extraction, there's no problem. Okay? So it's not the same. Solvent-free reaction is better. So, of course, the aim of all that is to have a low amount of catalyst. Otherwise, it's not so good. Bio-inspired catalyst try to make reaction at room temperature and to use eco-friendly solvent or green solvent. Eco-friendly solvent and green solvent is not the same. Green solvent comes from biomass. Eco-friendly solvent comes from petrol. So, as I explained in the slide before, we have batch and we have continuous flow. For me, batch is the chemistry of your grandfather and grandmother. It's not the chemistry for the future. Even Sharpless never developed flow chemistry. He developed batch. He is Nobel Prize. But you have to think for the flow. Why? In industry, batch, you have a huge amount of drawback. You have a slow temperature control, inefficient mass and heat transfer, dangerous temperature gradient, safety issue for many transformations. Of course, if you develop your reaction with 10 mil, there's no problem. You have an explosion with 10 mil. It's not so difficult to manage. But in industry, when you have 300 liters and you have this explosion, it's not the same case. In flow, you have many advantages. And honestly, face to face, I see only one disadvantage to use flow. Of course, if an old man come here and say, oh, there's a lot of disadvantage with flow, but honestly, I know only one. This disadvantage is when you want to add a solid. If you want to add a solid in flow, it's difficult because you're not able to manage the homogeneous flow of the solid. Sometimes you can have agglomeration or something like that. So it's not good. But if you are able to solubilize your solid in the liquid, there's no more solid. But if you want to add a solid, it's a problem. So in flow, you have instantaneous heating and cooling, very fast mixing, less than 1 second. You can have 20 seconds, but it's less than 1 minute. No concentration temperature gradient, and normally it's inherently safe. So if you compare batch and flow, you have a lower cost level, increased productivity, shorter throughput time, and consistent quality. Of course, you use solvent in batch and in flow. So you obtain the desired product, even in flow, but you generate a lot of waste. So you have to take care of that. Flow is not a magic process. Flow is better. But sometimes we have not so good result. If you don't know what is a flow system for organic chemistry and catalysis, I explain with this slide. So, in flow, in batch reactor here, you add A, you add your solvent, you add B, dropwise or not dropwise, and then you start your reaction with a mixer. In flow, it's not the same. You have your reagent, A or B, or A plus B, depending. And here you have another reagent. To explain, I play with color. So here it's the blue solution, here is the yellow solution. Then you have a mixer. A mixer is not a T junction. It's a T mixer. So inside this mixer, you have different channels to mix very well the blue color and the yellow color. Then you obtain the green. Not green chemicals, green color only. Then you go to the reactor. So you try to transform your mix reaction to the target compound. I don't know if we have good result or not. It's the reaction, like in batch. Then, if you have your good compound here, you have a back pressure regulator to be sure that you are in liquid phase here, for example. Then you have to quench. So you can stop the flow here if you have not enough money to buy all the equipment. You can stop here, and then you come back to your practical course, and you continue like in batch. Extraction, cocktail, degasification, and so on. But in our case, we make the quenching in flow. So if you are in organic solvent, you add your aqueous solution, then you have a biphasic solution here, and then you enter to a liquid-liquid separator. So organic, aqueous, then the aqueous solution go to the waste if your compound is in organic phase. Otherwise, you change, no problem. And then the organic phase is here, in line. Then you can go to the analysis of your mixer, of your product. So you can use inline UV, NMR, infrared. If you want to have UHPLC analysis, you have to use a bypass. So here it's inline, here it's online. Analysis, you can use at-line and offline as well. But here I show you only inline and online. And then, hopefully or not, you have your target compound. All this flow process are performed in flow. So now you have the idea of what is the flow strategy. In flow, we talk about residence time, not the time of reaction. In batch A and B, you try to obtain C or D or E or F, and you have the time of reaction. In flow, we have no time of reaction. We have a residence time. The residence time is when the drop, the molecule enter here, and the time from the input to the output. We call that the residence time. So the residence time for our process is always the same, whatever the amount of the starting material. If you have an internal volume of 10 mil and you use 1 mil per minute, the residence time is 10 minutes. You use 100 mil or 1 ton, residence time is only 10 minutes. Of course, the time of stream, depending of the amount of the starting material. You know? So now we develop not all the chemistry. We are not an expert in click chemistry. We are not an expert of this type of reaction. But we know how to transfer batch to flow. And for you, I hear you this morning, you are more focused to obtain biological application for your compound. So you try to make a compound, and then when you obtain your compound, you try to obtain a biological activity. Perhaps 1 or 2 steps of your strategy can be transferred in flow. You know? If you have a very short time on with less hazardous compound, no need to go to flow. But if you want to make acidation, something like that, it's dangerous. So you can think to go to flow. Only 1 or 2 steps, not all the steps. I'm not a terrorist of flow. Okay? So we develop CC bond formation, C heteroatom bond formation, dehydration, hydrogenation, deshydroxylation, oxidation, and different type of compound. So here, it's just an overview of what we develop in flow. If you start with glycerol, the side product for the formation of biodiesel, you can obtain in flow different type of compound. We publish a lot of paper like that. So here a journal for industry, engineer and chem, not India, industry. So starting from glycerol, we obtain polymer of glycerol in flow. And 4 years after, we develop the same with microwave. And with microwave in flow, we have different results. So we develop the protection of glycerol. This one is very important for the company. We develop the dehydroxylation of 1,3-diol. We're able to make heterocycle chemistry with the scrap rearrangement in flow with microwave. Here it's one subject I will share with you. It's my first subject I will share with you today. So for the furanic, we develop furfural chemistry. So when you have biomass, you have lignocellulose. Lignocellulose is part is lignin, aromatic compound coming from biomass. Then you have cellulose and hemicellulose. If you use hemicellulose, you obtain xylene, you obtain xylose, and then after dehydration, you obtain furfural. So we develop all this chemistry using different noble and non-noble metal, heterogeneous catalyst we develop in the lab. Here is another heterogeneous catalyst. Here is another non-noble metal, cobalt, and so on. So all these reactions were done in flow. So sometimes you can manage, if you have a bimetallic heterogeneous catalyst, when you obtain hydroxy furfuryl alcohol, you can go to the methylfuran, changing the nature of the heterogeneous catalyst. And of course, from furfuryl alcohol, you can go then to alkyl or levulinate or or levulinic acid. And then, with alkyl levulinate, we go to gamma-valerolactone. Gamma-valerolactone is a new green solvent for the industry. So if you remember, you start with lignocellulose, you obtain xylose, you obtain furfural, and then in flow, you obtain furfuryl alcohol, alkyl levulinate, and then gamma-valerolactone. And you can produce for the industry this green solvent, bio-based green solvent. This one is important as well, of course, otherwise we have no implication. If you start with cellulose, you obtain glucose, dehydration of glucose, you obtain HMF, and then peroxidation of HMF, you obtain FDCA. And FDCA is very important because FDCA is a substitute of terephthalic acid. When you have a bottle of plastic bottle with PET, polyethylene terephthalate, you change the terephthalic acid and you use FDCA, you obtain PEF, but your plastic bottle comes from biomass, not from petrol. You know the idea? So this work is very important. We published 2 years and 1 year ago. Of course, we develop organic chemistry because we are chemists as well. So in flow, we develop Suzuki, prostadylation with palladium, Barton decarboxylation is radical decarboxylation. It's very important if you start with hexanoic acid, C6, we can introduce C5 because it's a Barton decarboxylation. C6 minus 1 is C5. Tsuji-Trost reaction, you know, all in flow. As you can see, the residence time, the first molecule arrive here, go out the reactor in less than 1 minute. If you want to do this reaction in batch, you waste your time. You waste your time. We develop pinnacle rearrangement, pinnacle coupling. You know, aldehyde, you obtain this diol. If you use ketone, you obtain this diol. And this one is very important as well. Starting from succinic acid. Why is it important? Because the cosmetic industry wants this compound. Okay? You start with succinic acid. Succinic acid, in industry, now, today, you are able to obtain succinic acid coming from biomass after biotransformation, biofermentation. So we use this succinic acid and we transform to the diester. It's simple. It's simple when you want to make a methyl ester, but if you want to add fatty alcohol, it's not so simple. So we develop that in flow with microwave. Without microwave, we have no good result. So we combine two alternative strategy process, flow plus microwave. We can make the transesterification with enzyme, supported enzyme, but it's not so good. In flow, we have not enough time to have a good productivity with enzyme, in our case. So the first subject I would like to share with you is the formation of an O ether. O-alkylation. It's very important for industry. It's a simple ether, but you need a huge amount because it's an octane booster. The same for the cetane booster here. We can use ether as a lubricant, surfactant. As you can see here, you have glycerol in case, polyglycerol in case. You can use ether in flavoring, solvent, even in API, active pharmaceutical ingredient. You have a glycerol and a phenol, and you have the ether. So it's very important everywhere. Normally, when you develop O alkylation, if I ask the student, what is the best condition to obtain an O alkylation? Most of the students will say it's a Williamson reaction. Yes, but it's too bad. It's the chemistry of last century. Because when you want to make a Williamson reaction, it's alkyl iodide, alkyl chloride, bromide, sulfonate, tosylate, and you need to have an excess of base. It's not green. At the end, you have an aqueous solution and you have to treat the aqueous solution. Williamson is definitively a bad reaction. Of course, if you want to make only one ether to test the molecule for biological activity, you don't care. But if you want to produce in industry, it's not the same. So this one is not good. Mitsunobu reaction, normally it's the second reaction for alkylation. If I give this reaction to this lady and to this lady, I never obtain the same result. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good. So it's a versatile chemistry. It's not reproducible. So sorry for Mitsunobu, it's not my friend, but it's like that. Allyl hydroxyaryl, olefin hydroaryl oxidation. You know this type of reagent is too complicated, it's not green. This one is not so bad. Primary alcohol, ketone, but you know the catalyst is not good. It's not green. This one, this one is good. It's my work. But you know you have limitation because it's a Ullmann arylation, and of course you have phenol ether. So you have a limitation. If you want something else than phenol, it's not good. Why is it a good paper? Because we use magnetic catalyst, so easy to recover. We use cellulose and we use non-noble metal, copper. So it's good, but with the limitation. This one is not so bad. When you have acetate here, you can reduce the ketone here, not a ketone, but you can reduce the carbonyl here. So it's good. But you see, indium, sometimes it's gallium, so it's not good. This one is good, but limitation because it's a symmetrical ether. So we decide to go further. And as you can see here, when we use alcohol, fatty alcohol or not fatty alcohol, okay? Aldehyde, fatty aldehyde or not fatty aldehyde. We can do the same with carboxylic and ester here, the same. Today, I share with you only the aldehyde. Palladium charcoal, hydrogen in flow. We obtain the ether. No iodide, no chloride, no bromide, no tosyl, no waste. This one plus this one, in this condition, only one compound. Of course, if the conversion is not total, you have the starting material. But in case you have a full conversion, you have only one compound. This is the green reaction. So we developed that 4 years ago. And this year, we go further. We say, methyl alkylation is very important for pharmaceutical compounds sometimes. If you want to use Williamson with methyl iodide, bromide, is a CMR compound. So in your lab, it's okay. In industry, they don't want. They don't want. So if you want to have one good paper, you can publish what you want, but you have no scale up. So you have to think about that. So with similar process, we change big alcohol with methanol. We obtain the target, and sometimes we obtain the ketal, and sometimes you can obtain the reduction of the alcohol. We never observe, but you can. With 10 weight percent, 5 weight percent, 1 weight percent of palladium, we have a full conversion of the starting material and 99% of the target O-methyl ether. 99% of selectivity. So no need to use 10 weight percent. It's better to use 1 weight percent. Then, to have a better productivity, we increase the concentration of the starting material. And as you can see, we decrease the conversion, we decrease the formation of the ether, and we increase the formation of the ketal. So perhaps the ketal is the intermediate before the methyl ether. Perhaps. Temperature the same. With a temperature lower than 140, we always have a good conversion, but decreasing the yield of the target and increasing the formation of the ketal here. Then, with the pressure, more or less is the same. So it's better to use 1 bar. With the flow rate, if you increase the flow rate, you decrease the residence time. If you increase the flow rate, you decrease the residence time. And as you can see, with 0.3 mil per minute, we have the good result. If you increase the flow rate, so you reduce the residence time, you have not enough time to go from the ketal to the ether. So you have only the formation of the ketal. But this is very interesting because we have a process to go to the O-methyl ether, and we have a process to go to the protection of the aldehyde. So with one reaction, we can manage what we want. So this is the green process, and for 2 reactions, and perhaps a 3rd reaction comes. So with 1 weight percent and 5 weight percent, we have a full conversion. When we use hexanal, 99% yield. When we use higher weight, higher molecular weight, with 1 weight percent, we decrease the yield, but it's not so bad, 85. When you want to make this reaction with Williamson, it's not 85. As you can see, when you have a alkene here, you have a full reduction, so it's not selective. But with 5 weight percent, we come back to 99, whatever the starting material. So it's the last result for our green process. Now, if you use cinnamaldehyde is a target from lignin, but we have not a good selectivity. Okay? It's like that. Then, if you use benzaldehyde, it's the 3rd reaction with the same process. If you use the benzaldehyde, you are able to make the toluene. So you're able to transform the 4-methyl group to a CH3. Normal, because normally with benzaldehyde in presence of methanol, you form the methoxybenzyl, and in this condition, you deprotect the alcohol. So you come back to methanol, and the deprotection furnish toluene. If you start with vanillin, very important for you create creosol, the same reaction, protection of the methanol to form the methoxybenzyl derivative, then deprotection of the methanol, you form the creosol. Creosol is very important for fragrance chemistry, meaning that you obtain creosol starting from bio-based chemical, no more from petrol. So it's a green process, and we use green starting material. If you remember, when I increase the flow rate, I decrease the residence time, I have a full conversion and 99% for the protection, for the formation of the ketal. But I don't need to have hydrogen in my case for this reaction. So we come back to the process, we remove hydrogen, and as you can see, at 60 degrees C, bad conversion, but 100% selectivity. The same at 120, bad conversion, but 100% selectivity. But at 140 with 5% full conversion and 99% selectivity. Meaning now we are sure. We have a process with hydrogen. We can furnish the O alkylation. Quite simple, without waste. We can furnish the deshydroxylation, so we transform CHO to CH3, and without hydrogen in this condition, we can protect the aldehyde. For the mechanism, you have an aldehyde, acetal, then enol ether, then in presence of hydrogen, you form the O-methyl ether. Quite simple. And you can go to hemiacetal, then enol ether, or from hemiacetal, you can go to oxonium, and then to the target. You can say, yes, it's in your dream. No, it's not my dream. Because, you know, I never use hydrogen in bottle. I have water, I make the electrolysis of water, and I generate hydrogen. So then I remove all the water, I clean, I dry the tank, and I introduce deuterium oxide. So electrolysis of deuterium oxide, I go to D2, not H2. So in presence of D2, we obtain a mixture of two chemicals, one with two deuterium, meaning we have this way, and one with one deuterium, meaning we have that way. So it's not a dream. We prove that, and we publish that with Janine Cossy in Paris. I start at what time I start? Yeah? Yeah, okay, good. So, the chemistry of oligomer of glycerol, it's like a O alkylation as well, because you start with this one and you make a O ether. But our strategy is not good, because otherwise I need to transform glycerol to glyceroxide, to glyceraldehyde, and then I need to add glycerol with glyceraldehyde. So it's not so good. So we just need to make a deshydration. So now we don't need to have a chloride, bromide, sulfonate. We use OH as a leaving group. You know, when you teach in the first year chemistry, or when you are a student in chemistry for the first or second year, if you say to your professor OH is a leaving group, he will say, you are not so good, you have 0. But it can be a living book depending of your experimental condition. So this oligomer of glycerol can be used for plastic chemistry. If you transform then this oligomer with after esterification, you can use in food as an emulsifier, and you can read the rest by yourself. And as you can see, when you use a tetramer of glycerol and you use ricinoleic acid coming from castor bead plant, ricinoleic acid is a carboxylic acid, C9, C10, and then in C12 you have OH. You use an excess of carboxylic acid, so OH plus carboxylic acid, you are able to make another ester, and ester with the tetramer of glycerol. This compound you can find. Tomorrow you go to the store, you buy a chocolate cake, you can see molecule E something, I don't remember the number, and you have this molecule. As you can see, without this compound, chocolate is very viscous. It's difficult to have chocolate in your biscuit. With only 0.2% of this one, it's less viscous. It's quite easy, simple to have a chocolate with a biscuit. So, we publish in 4 or 5 years oligomerization of glycerol in batch with conventional heating. Then 1 year after, oligomerization of glycerol in batch with microwave. 1 year after, flow conventional heating. 1 year after, flow with microwave. And as you can see here, you have a flow system with microwave activation. Depending of the time, you can see you have a conversion of glycerol because you have less glycerol. So after 250 minutes, you have 45% of conversion, 55% of glycerol, 45% of conversion. You obtain 60% of dimer. 60%. If you repeat the same condition with conventional heating in flow, of course you have a better conversion because you have only 43% of glycerol, so meaning 57% conversion, but you obtain only 35% of selectivity. So we prove that microwave has an impact for the oligomerization of glycerol. Of course, you can say, yes, but it's not pure. It's not a problem for this kind of process. It's for food industry. The most important for this industry is to have always the same mixture. If you produce 1 ton 1 week, you need to have the same ratio the week after, because like that we have the same property. Okay? So of course, when you say you have a dimer, it's not a pure dimer, because you have the dimer primary, but then you have the dimer primary secondary, and secondary. Okay? But you need to have always the same, because for this ratio, you have a good property. Then, after a short pass evaporation, so it's a special evaporation, we are able to remove all the glycerol. So no more glycerol in the residue. The glycerol go to the distillate, and of course we increase the other oligomer of glycerol. If we compare this ratio in our case, we have a better ratio in dimer than the Solvay company, the big company for oligomerization of glycerol. We are better. but perhaps we are more expensive because we use microwave. So the chemistry of glycerol is very depending on the economy, because as you can see, in 2017, the glyceride, it's the correct compound of glycerol after biodiesel production, 270 euro per ton. And it's only 550 euro per ton after purification. So meaning that why we have to purify glycerol to win only 2 times the price. But before 2000, more or less the same, but the pure glycerol was 1,300. So with that, it's good to make something. Very shortly, the third project I would like to share. If you start with biomass, not with my dog is just for the photo. You start with biomass, you obtain furfuran, and then you go to gamma valerolactone. I explained to you gamma valerolactone is a green solvent. So we need to have this. But I don't work for pharmaceutical company. I can say to you, we start with that and we obtain that in one step in flow, but it's not true. We have to purify each intermediate. So for each reaction, we are in flow, but not in a one flow system. So we publish that in different papers, ACS sustainable, molecular catalysis, green chem, and so on. Not very important. So I'll just extract one good result here. So for this project, we developed more than 15 heterogeneous catalysts, homemade, and I select only 2. So with 120 milligram here, or with 280 milligram here, we have different results. So of course, if you have more catalysts, you have a lower weight to release space velocity. It's the definition. As you can see here, with lower weight to release space velocity, we have full conversion and full mass balance. When you start your continuous flow, you obtain THFA. Then THFA during the stream decrease from 90 to 20, and of course, FA increase here. Why? You don't work with petrol, you work with biomass. So with biomass in this condition, you cook the heterogeneous catalyst. So you have a coke of your heterogeneous catalyst and you cook the metal. So after that, the metal is not so active. So of course, first we obtain this one, then we lost our activity and we no more able to reduce this aromatic ring. So we obtain this one. But as you can see here with platinum, another metal, noble metal, nickel is non-noble metal. With this one, full conversion, full mass balance. And as you can see, with this metal, in the same condition, we obtain methylfuran. So to obtain this one, we obtain Fa first, and then deshydroxylation to obtain the methyl. Meaning that with our process, we change the heterogeneous catalyst and we're able to obtain furfuryl alcohol or methylfuran. So it's an open process and we can manage the target we want. The last subject to finish, because I don't want to have a mistake with you. I say in my introduction that mechanochemistry in flow, we have only 4 labs. Okay? is not true because ball milling in flow, we have only 4 labs. Mechanochemistry in flow, we have a huge amount of persons publishing in different journals. What I would like to say, mechanochemistry, you have, for the mechanochemistry, you have the ball milling, so with the planetary ball system, with mechanical activation, and you have vibrational ball milling. When you want to go to the flow, you never use ball milling. You use single screw extrusion or double screw extrusion. But there's no ball milling. So, of course, with single or double screw extrusion, you have mechanochemistry in flow. So here is the double screw extrusion. Double screw extrusion, you can have a co-rotation or counter-rotation. You have the input, output, and then you can produce with mechanochemistry, friction of the compound, you can obtain what you want, what you expect to have. Most often it's for polymer chemistry. Now I come back, ball milling in flow, there's only 4 labs, and we work together for a Swiss company. And we participate for the creation of a new equipment. The new equipment is here. So here is for computer and so on, but the reactor is here. And we call this equipment ICHEM. ICHEM is an impact in continuous flow heated mechanochemistry. Technology or reactor, depending on what you want to say. With this new equipment, we have a flow reactor for mechanochemistry in solution. I explained that with the solids, the flow is difficult. So we have a solution with an in situ inductivity source, no microwave, induction inside the reactor. With ball milling in batch, there's no heating, not possible. So we introduce a new parameter, inductivity inside. So here you have the reactor. So you fill the reactor with beads, 65–70% of beads. So it's not really a ball milling in flow because with ball, with this, we destroy the reactor, but it's beads milling, but it's the same, just the size of the ball. So input, output, here you have an axis with 1, 2, or 3, depending on what we want. The axis turn very fast. Then the wheel have a high-speed rotation. And as you fill the reactor with 60–70% of beads, you have a projection of the beads inside the reactor. And you shock the beads together, you create activation. And in our case, we add inductivity. Sometimes we use, sometimes not, but we have. So we developed that with a Swiss company. If you want, you can buy the equipment. I win no money for this. Parallel to that, we create a new equipment for microwave in flow. For this equipment, next 2 or 3 years, you can buy. But for this, I will have money, not for this one. So with this ICHEM reactor and technology, you can use petrol, you can use biomass, not my dog, but biomass. You introduce, and we're able to form calcium zincate for battery. We're able to form aromatic ring like vanillin, for example. We obtain C-glycoside, and we obtain, of course, glycerol. You know. So we obtain biodiesel, and we obtain glycerol here. And to finish, I've no, not important. It's to show you that salt kettle is very important in industry. With this equipment, if I use two pumps, not the same flow rate, because like that we can manage the stoichiometry of your reaction. Glycerol and acetone with this homogeneous acid. You can obtain two compounds. We never observe the regioisomer here. Never observe. Because we have 97% conversion and 99% selectivity. You know? Why this process is very important? We try to start a startup in Saudi Arabia with this process. So why it is important? For the student, after the talk of Professor Parmar, you go to the lab, you take glycerol, you take acetone, it's not soluble. You have two biphasic system, liquid biphasic system, glycerol and acetone. It's not possible to make a good reaction. In our case, with this bead milling in flow, we have a very good mixing of the two solutions. Of course, it's not soluble, but we create like a micellar chemistry. And now we are able to have a good reaction between solketal and glycerol. So I hope I convince you that flow chemistry is the chemistry of the future, and you can use a second alternative technology when needed, and you can develop the chemistry of petrol, the chemistry of biomass to obtain add value chemicals. So thank you for your kind attention. I forgot because I have no time to stay for the next talk. If you want to contact me, you have my mail, you have my website. One part of my website, you can write me something, and you have my Twitter account. So you have 3 different access if you want to contact me. Okay? Thank you.
This process opens to work in case of logic complexity when we have complex reactions.
Yes. Yes, when we have complex reaction, we can use flow chemistry because depending on what you mean with complex reaction. But if you want to make active pharmaceutical ingredient, not for the production today, but in the research lab of pharmaceutical company, they use flow. And they're able to have 7 reactors in series to have the compound at the end. So it's possible. But for the pharmaceutical ingredient, a small ingredient, you know, not a protein or something like that, of course. Okay?
And in case of alterations, to alter something in between. If we need to alter something when we are going for alterations in between.
Yet today, like that, I have no answer.
No. Okay, thank you.
I really appreciate your work. This is I know that it's a future of the chemistry, organic chemistry. But how, like a big scale, you can go on the flow? Like the big scale for the flow.
There's no problem with the scale.
Like you can go for like a 10 kg scale for the industry purpose?
You can do, because you have different impact for the scale up. You can use bigger pump and you can use bigger reactor.
So we need.
Yes. Sorry? Yes. The system should be bigger. It's the first option.
Okay.
But of course, if you want to produce 1 ton per day, perhaps you have to think differently. But that's not too much industries that want to produce 1 ton per day. If you want to produce for pharmaceutical ingredients, you have less. But in our case, if you use a reactor we have micro reactor, less than 1 mil. We have mesoreactor, more or less 100 mil. Okay? With 100 mil, if you have a good flow rate, you have always 100 mil, always the same residence time. But if I can use 1 ton of starting material, I don't care. I have to wait my time of stream, but I can keep the same volume for my reactor.
But
so the scale-up is not very important.
But experimentally, how big you have gone through with this flow chemistry?
In my lab, I'm able to use with a platform technology, not directly with my lab, but in collaboration. We use a reactor of 300 liter. 300 liter. Okay.
So does it make a difference in the yield or purity of the contact?
No.
So you need to adjust with the flow rate and all.
Yeah. The scale up for the flow, there's no problem, no mistake.
So good luck for this thing. I hope you can introduce more chemistry into it, in this flow chemistry, maybe more microwave, more catalyst, and more loading.
Yes.
And we can use this flow chemistry in pharmaceutical companies also.
Yeah, for sure.
So good luck for that too. And it's a nice piece of work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you're welcome.
Congratulations for this great presentation. My question is, in this flow reaction, how we go for the isolation and purification through the conventional methods of purification?
Yes.
Okay.
I show you a general slide. We have the 2 pumps. We can use 3. We have the reactor, back pressure, then quenching. That we can make inline analysis, yes. And then you can even have
chromatography.
Chromatography you can have, but not inline. You have
yes, we have
online. You need to have a bypass.
Okay. Before the spectroscopic analysis, yes. We have to get a product out of that line, then go for the conventional purification method.
You can have your flash chromatography with DAD on ELSD, for example.
Okay.
After the analysis, analytical analysis, or before.
Okay.
Because sometimes it's good to have analytical analysis before, like that you see if you have the good footprint.
Yes, yes.
And then you have the chromatography.
For the confirmation of the reaction and everything. And can this reaction go for multi-step reactions as well?
It's more or less the same question with Mona Lisa. Yes, it's possible.
Okay,
it's possible.
So, for example, if I have to synthesize my porphyrin on, I'm just giving you an example of it. Then metal insertion, then third step in another functionalization. So I have to set up that reaction, then wait for its completion, then add on another my reagent.
Yes, but it's not so simple like that because you have to think. It's like when you play to the chess, you have to think. That's a strategy. Because if you want, for example, make 2 reactions in line, in flow.
Yes, sir.
If the first reaction in batch is with the toluene, for example, if the second reaction in batch is with acetone, it's not possible.
Okay, I got it.
You have to think to have the same solvent and something like that.
Similar way.
Otherwise, you can make your first reaction with toluene, for example. Then you have a liquid-liquid separator after the quenching. So you obtain the toluene with your target compound on waste of water. Then you can go for evaporation. Then in flow, you introduce with the crud compound your acetone, for example. Okay. It's my example, okay? And then you continue to the flow,
Okay.
It's not so simple. It's not, it's my optimized condition in batch. I have to transfer. No, you have to think as a new reaction.
Okay.
In my case, if I can say 1 minute, when we have a project with industry for 1 year or 3 years for PhD or postdoc, I spend for 12 months, I spent 1 month with batch. I make a first batch chemistry. Like that, I know it's possible to have that in batch. After 1 month, I have my optimized condition, short optimized condition, because 1 month.
Yes.
Then I take my short optimized, my rapid optimized condition in batch as a starting reaction for the flow. And then again I optimize in flow, but I optimize with something optimized in batch.
Yes.
Otherwise, you waste your time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Parag. Thank you.
So big round of applause.
So we are coming to the last talk, and I am being told to introduce Professor Parmar. So it will be a long time if I need to introduce him properly, because it should take at least half an hour or more than that. He has done so much of good work. So Professor Parmar, he's a fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry and presently working as a faculty in nanoscience at the Cuny Graduate Center, New York. And he has expertise in the area of advanced polymer materials, nanoscience, nanotechnology, organic synthesis, biocatalysis, medicinal chemistry, nucleic acid chemistry, biotechnology, polymer science, green and sustainable chemistry, heterocyclic chemistry, material science, and chemistry of natural products. I hope I have not missed anything. And about the assignments, he's presently, as I said, working in nanoscience at Cuny Graduate Center and Department of Chemistry at Medgar Evers College, the City University of New York, and teaching graduate and undergraduate courses in nanoscience, organic chemistry, environmental science, general chemistry, carrying research and international collaborations. He was the head of chemistry department from 2007 to 2010, chairman of the board of research studies in science from November 2007 to 2008. Then he supervised the research work and PhD students and postdoctoral associates, around 85 students in the area of synthetic organic chemistry and bioorganic chemistry. Several visiting professorships. As I told, I will take a long time to tell. And importantly, the first one which I should tell, University of Massachusetts. He was from March 2001 to December 2005,
supervised the work of graduate students and postdoctoral scientists in the area of novel polymeric nanomaterials, taught undergraduate and graduate courses, including laboratory courses in organic chemistry and general chemistry. He was in the university, Purdue University, from May to June 2015. There also he taught several undergraduate courses in organic chemistry. Honorary Professor of Organic Chemistry, Chemistry and Pharmacy, University of Southern Denmark. Adjunct Professor and Consultant at Long Island, New York. Adjunct Professor, Center for Biochemical Separation Technologies, Weller Institute of Technologies. I'm not going into the details, it's a very long list. Several honors and accolades. And very importantly, in a research career, his research papers, 510 research papers in high-ranking journals, ACS, Royal Society of Chemistry, Nature Group of Publications, Elsevier, Springer, Wiley, and others. He has co-authored 6 books and edited several books. He has patented several, among them 9 US patent, 1 Indian patent, and 11 US PCT or Indian patents which have been filed. He has done several consultancy and expertise and research projects. He has completed 32 involving grants, several $1 million grants. And I think I have not missed anything, sir. As I said, it will take a long time to tell about you. And his H index, I think it is, H index is 53, I-10 index is 281, RI score is 4310, and citation is 13,004. So big round of applause for Professor Parmar for this excellent work, and is in this age also, he is still working, collaborating, and we should learn from him. On to you, Professor Parmar.
I don't think I need mic. Okay. Well, good to talk to you again. We had very good discussion in the morning where I was able to know the excellent work being done by so many different colleagues and young scientists. Thank you very much, Professor Mukherjee, for making it possible for me to come here to MIT University and also now to formally get attached to the university. So I'm part of you now, and a great feeling for me. And it's a great institute. I was hearing from people, but I've seen it with my own eyes and felt there's really, it's a very nice university to be in. And I wish you all the best in the years to come, that you do still better and get visibility worldwide for your work and enjoy your achievements. One of them is here. And thank you very much, Professor Mukherjee, for your efforts that you created with the support of the MIT University Administration, MIT Institute of Click Chemistry Research and Studies at this university. It is indeed a great thought and vision to do it. As I'm told, I myself cannot confirm it, but I'm told by Professor Mukherjee, this perhaps is the first institute as such for click chemistry studies and research. Again, congratulations and good wishes. And I have put this first slide here before anything else. Yeah. reasons to rejoice and celebrate. A, of course, for the creation of this institute. B, because still greater, the celebration reason is for the Nobel Prize, which has come in this subject just 2 days before. And that indeed is a validation of this institute's idea of inception. We can see here these three great men who got Nobel Prize for click chemistry, one woman and two men. Very sharpless, I've seen him, as I said in the morning, 3-4 times, chatted with him also. And during the second meeting, which lasted many small meetings. This is actually in Swedish. These people were in Sweden 2 days before. Maybe they knew that they are going to be awarded Nobel Prize. So they were addressing a press conference kind of a thing at the Swedish Academy of Sciences in Stockholm, Sweden, where the Nobel Prizes are given and awarded. The ceremony happens every year on 10th of December. That was the birthday of Alfred Nobel, in whose memory this is instituted. And so all the Nobel Prizes announced sometime in the early October and given on 10th of December every year. But they were here early October, all the three of them. The three winners of Nobel Prize for Chemistry 2022 are shown at a press conference at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences in Stockholm, Sweden on October 5, 2022. So this picture is taken from there. And this appeared, I liked it, latest issue of Chemical and Engineering News. I don't know how many of you read that magazine. I read it every week. It comes electronically, then the hard copy also comes later on. The flagship journal of, or the magazine of ACS, American Chemical Society. This again is a very nice picture. That was not very clear, the colored picture, but this is, I like this. Click chemistry unites two molecules quickly. That is the beauty of click chemistry, right? We all know that. And I will show you just one slide today, but if time permits, and Professor Mukherjee wants it, I can give about half hour, 35 minutes talk just on click chemistry, relevant in today's research, and also from literature and our own work of last 15 years or so in this area. So, Barry Sharpless, he is 92 years old now. And 2 Nobel Prizes, perhaps the only one person in the history of Nobel Prizes being from 1901 who has got 2 Nobel Prizes in the same subject, organic chemistry. One more picture. They deserve this recognition. The Nobel Prize in Chemistry 2022, Caroline Bertozzi, Morton Meldal, and K. Barry Sharpless. Great people and great work. Chemistry Nobel Prize goes to the trio for development of click chemistry and bioorthogonal chemistry. That is equally important, particularly in the cancer research. Click chemistry and bioorthogonal reactions have taken chemistry into the era of functionalism. That is what we want. If you say historically, 100 years, 150 years, why science was developed? Because we need materials with functions. And function depends on structure. Structure and function are very intricately related to each other. To modify a material to perform better for our needs, we need to change the structure. For that, we need to know the structure of the matter so that we can then modify that and then get a material of having functions that we desire the material to have. So that is a very strong term here, functionalism. Not the English word, but scientific chemistry word. It's a very important word. That's what this 1.5 line para, I think, summarizes all. The Nobel Prize in Chemistry for 2022 is being awarded to these 3 people for developing an ingenious tool for building molecules in an easy way. The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences said in Stockholm. The Nobel laureates are being awarded for the development of click chemistry and bioorthogonal chemistry, the Academy said. Very nice. Let us go on to now what I have been doing with this celebration. It needs celebration, Professor Mukherjee. Do it, please. So I spent a lot of time of my life at the University of Delhi. By the way, university is celebrating 100 years of its existence. It was started on 1st of May 1922. And this year we are celebrating 100 years of its existence. We all will know University of Delhi is a very well-known university, of course in India, very well-known, but around the world also, for good and bad reasons both. And then I am at City University of New York, Medical Edwards College basically, and other two senior colleges now. The City University of New York is like Delhi University, affiliating colleges. So it consists of 23 colleges spread over all the 5 boroughs, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Bronx, Long Island, and Staten Island. And the most of the senior colleges. So I'm associated with Medical Edwards College, which is senior college. Similarly, 2 more colleges, City College, which is the flagship college. Like St. Stephen's College in Delhi University is older than the university. The St. Stephen's College was started in 1881. University came in 1922. Similarly, City College came before, established before the City University of New York. So it's very important, very well respected, very well funded City College. Now I'm affiliated with that college also, and with Medical Edwards and Lehman College. Then I'm so proud to be part of MIT University now. I was conferred my attachment in the morning. So I'm happy on that. So as you can see here, it has been said many times, I have spent time in Europe, UK, Belgium, Denmark, Basel, Switzerland, in India, Delhi University, in the US, at so many places. So I'll go fast now so that I can tell you what I want to tell you. So I've got to tell you greener and sustainable strategies in the synthesis of pharmaceutical and industrially useful compounds. So it is very important for sustainable life on Earth. We need to adopt strategies which are greener so that the environment is not affected. So I'm giving the talk here today. I always salute this great man, Professor T.R. Seshadri. I mentioned his name a few times in the morning, but appropriately I will talk about him now. He was active at the University of Delhi from 1947, even 1 year before I was born, up to 1975 until his death. And he came to Delhi University from Vizag University in Andhra. He came to Andhra University from Sir Robert Robinson's lab. Somebody talked about Robert Robinson. I don't know who said that. That somebody worked with. You said that. For whom? Seshadri. Yeah. He was in Patna, I think. Yeah. Very, very great. So T.S. Seshadri also did PhD with Robert Robinson in Manchester at that time. But after getting Nobel Prize, Robinson moved to Oxford University. And so Robinson itself is a very big name. So T.S. Seshadri finished PhD in 1933, came to India. 2 contemporaries. I don't know how many people have heard the name of Venkatraman. He was NCL director for a long time. So T.S. Seshadri, K. Venkatraman, they were contemporaries. They did PhD at the same time with Robert Robinson. At that time, it was one country, India and Pakistan. So Professor Venkatraman went to Lahore, at that time Punjab University. And T.S. Seshadri went to South India in Andhra Pradesh, to Vizag, the Visakhapatnam University. So Professor Seshadri was invited by Sir Maurice Guire, who was the Vice Chancellor of Delhi University at that time in 1947, to become head and professor of chemistry. So joined there. Can you imagine between 1947 and 1975, 28 years, he published 1,332 research papers. I mean, today it is easy to publish, but think of at that time when people had to send handwritten manuscripts or typed on a Remington typewriter. I have also used that early on in my research. Anyway, great salute to this man. He was a great teacher, great motivator, great mentor. And in the Indian context, we call such people Guru. This university, I will not spend time on this. It is not a very far. I'm sure most of you would have seen the campus. But I will just tell you the size. More than 12,000 teachers, more than 600,000 students, 25,000 plus sporting staff, like lab technicians and clerk, the office assistants, and etc. Supplied over 17 faculties, 90 departments, 13 centers, and 90 colleges. Department of Chemistry is as old as the university, 100 years plus. It is perhaps the biggest, largest department of chemistry, not only in India, but in Asia. You can see about 80 faculty lines, close to 550 MSc students at one time, 250 PhD students at one time. This modern view, when I was heading the department between 2007 to 2010, we got 110 crores from Professor Deepak Mental, who was the Vice Chancellor, to build a new block, which has now been furnished with hoods and all that to be taken over. I was trained as a natural powder chemist, which area of research we have still continued. Then we moved on to synthesis of heterocyclic compounds. We made close to 22,500 new heterocyclic compounds of nitrogen, sulfur, and oxygen. We made amidazoles, triazoles, substituted one with mu things, and hybrid compounds also. And they showed very good activities. I have no time to cover that in any of the 3 lectures I'm giving here today and 2 on Monday. But then we moved to biocatalysis. I said in the morning also, in mid-80s, we were the first ones in India to start this field. And today this field is so important. There are more than 280 processes in industry today using enzymes to meet the challenges of environment degradation. Then we moved on to nucleosides and oligonucleotides. And I will show you a kind of a glimpse of each of one of these areas through biocatalysis and how we can meet the green chemistry challenges. And one slide I will show you on click chemistry in relevance to gene delivery, which I said in the morning. So we have been fortunate to get funding. I never was starved of funding. I mean, we got more than what we needed at any time. From Indian sources, DST, DBT, DSIR, CSIR, UGC, others. And much money from Denmark and Germany, little bit from British Council. And 2 companies in the USA, one in Pittsburgh, other in California, near Los Angeles. I don't know how many of you know this slide. You told high school chemistry that the first organic compound was made accidentally, right? Bohler made urea. He got it accidentally. He was heating ammonium cyanide. It was not a plant synthesis, and he ended up in getting urea, an organic compound. So subject which started organic synthesis as an accident, today it is the most useful branch of science, technology, engineering. Without organic chemistry or organic synthesis, you cannot perform any scientific sciences. So 2 great people of last century, Woodward and Corey, both at Harvard University Chemistry Department, got Nobel Prizes, both of them, at different times. Woodward got in 1975 and Corey in 1991 for really bringing organic synthesis to life and make this as a logical science. Up to Woodward said organic synthesis is an art. Like Berzelius said, organic compounds can only be made in nature by a vital force. And that vital force cannot be created in the lab. So chemically, in the lab, you cannot make organic compounds. But Woodward said it is an art and skill which is present in the hands of some few people, and they can make good reactions. But Corey said there's logic in organic synthesis. So much so, there's a very popular book I recommend all of you should read called Logic in Organic Synthesis, published by Corey and his very prominent student, Nikon, at Johns Hopkins University. It came up in 1993 or 4. So if you do not have it, please have it. It should be like a Bible to you guys who want to learn organic synthesis and retrosynthesis. Anyway, so we know that we can, as I said in the morning, with the logic that a Corey developed in organic synthesis, you can make any molecule, howsoever complex it can be. But depending upon whether you have the right amount of money to hire people to work for you, and also you have good people who can committed to work, you can make any molecule. But the problem that is there today is this. It has been noticed that amongst all, the chemical industries are highly responsible for pollution, both of water resources and air. These chemical industries release large amounts of toxic substances in the atmosphere, e.g. the toxic gases, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and other trioxide, acids and alkalis, lead and other heavy metals, and organic solvents and other organic compounds. So this is very serious. Besides this, the chemical industries consume the greatest amount of energy, almost about 30% of the total requirement of the whole industry. Isn't it alarming? How do we get energy? We are very comfortably sitting in this room, air conditioner is running. We do not care about MIT administration pays for the power, right? Similarly, when you do a chemical reaction in your MSc course or PhD work also, you do a reaction, as Professor Len said before me, that you do a reaction 10 ml scale, just to get a compound for studying its biological activity. And then you do not worry what solvent you used, what conditions you used, but transform that into an industrial scale reaction now. Your 10 ml volumes reaction will become 1,000 liter or 300 liter, as Len said, maybe 1,000 liter reactor. So 10 ml to 1,000 liter is 1 million times increase in size. So the pollution that you cause by 10 ml volume is negligible. But in the industry, it is too much. So therefore, you have to think of industrial scale reactions, because it is chemical industry which gives us the materials or compounds which we need for different applications. And how much energy, you heat the reaction mass normally to the boiling point of the solvent for refluxing. If it is a low boiling solvent like chloroform, acetone, 53 and 63 or 65, it is okay. If it is a solvent like DMSO, the boiling point is 200 degrees plus. So you have to heat the reaction mass from room temperature, which is about 30 degrees, to 200 plus degrees Celsius. How much energy will be required on the industrial scale? And how is the energy generated? Whether it is thermal energy, nuclear energy, all the production of energy needs produces waste or disturbs the equivalence. So the best is not to use energy in chemical reactions, because chemical industry consumes maximum amount of energy among all industries, 30%, 1/3 of the total energy requirement of industries. So you have to seriously think of ways by which the pollution can be controlled, and also where the power consumption is minimum. I want to, sorry for the disorientation of the slide. You can read here. We should be very proud. We often say that the Indian pharma industry is very strong worldwide because we supply active pharmaceutical ingredients to all over the world. For example, all the companies like Lupin, Cipla, right, or AstraZeneca, Zydus Cadila, then Dr. Reddy's Labs, Sun Pharma, all these companies employ a very large number of people, trained organic chemists, masters and PhDs in organic chemistry. And total global business of APIs is 500 billion, out of which India's contribution is more than 12%. And 3% of GDP, the foreign exchange income, comes from API manufacture and export. But what is worrying is, of course, we have name in this, but at what cost? Just read these 3 lines. I will read for you, and you will be alarmed to know the effect. For 1 kilogram of API made, more than 100 kilogram of waste is generated. What happens to this waste? Waste is waste, right? Your kitchen waste is a waste. You swipe your floor at home every day, or on alternate days, and there's a waste. A small waste, you can put it outside your home, and on a specific time, somebody comes from municipality or the local person you hire, takes away the garbage or the waste. But that is a domestic waste. Most of it is organic. You can use it as a fertilizer. But what happened to chemical waste? They have many toxic compounds. They are not needed. What to do with it? You can either incinerate it, that will also produce some gases, but that incineration is very expensive to install incinerators. Or you dump into the ground or into rivers or into oceans. So you can just imagine the thing. So it is very important that you do not create waste. People say waste management. Management means you have the waste and you have to manage how to dispose it off. But if you do not produce waste, that is the best thing. But how to do this? I will give you the answer. What is being done to do that? Then out of this, 80% is due to organic solvents alone. 15 billion kilogram of organic solvents are used annually. Just see, 15 billion kilograms worldwide in chemical industry. What happens to the solvent? You use a rotavapor in the lab, I'm sure, right? To distill out the solvent, get your compound, solid compound. So the solvent goes into the, via the pump into the drains, and you do not worry because it's a small amount of the solvent. But when it is this amount of the solvent, where it will go? It will go into the atmosphere. Or it will find a way into the drains, ultimately into water bodies, maybe river or lake or whatever, which we use for drinking and bathing. So it is not a good scenario. So I like to always share this slide and read each word written here. Some of the crucial challenges facing synthetic chemistry today are, the challenge is not how to make an organic compound. That I said in the morning a while ago also. We know the methodologies. The mature organic synthesis becomes so mature that you can make any molecule. But how to make that molecule safer way? That is what is here. Atom conservation. That means number of atoms on the reactant side are converted into the same number of atoms of the desired product, not a side product. That is called atom economy or atom conservation. Minimum waste. Synthesis of well-defined molecules having precise stereochemical features. 100% regio, chemo, enantio, and diastereomic control. I'm sure you have learned this, right, in your stereochemistry. What is enantio selectivity? What is diastereoselectivity? What is chemoselectivity? What is regioselectivity? Chemoselectivity is when you can discriminate between two functional groups. For example, there's a hydroxy group and an amino group in the same compound, and you selectively can do a reaction of acetylation at the hydroxy leaving the amino free or at the amino leaving the hydroxy free. That is chemoselectivity. That means to differentiate upon the functional group. Regioselectivity is when you have two groups in the same molecule which are having same reactivity, which are same, like two hydroxy groups in sugars, right? There are in glucose, 4 secondary hydroxy groups are there. They're all identical. If you can selectively react one of those hydroxy groups, which is not easy by conventional methods which you have learned, then it is regioselectivity. Enantioselectivity is if you produce only one enantiomer out of two, not a racemic compound, during a reaction. When you create a chiral center, asymmetric center, from a non-chiral center, you get two enantiomers. By usual chemical reagents, you always get racemic compounds, both enantiomers, 50-50. Now I will show you examples where one enantiomer has the right action, other enantiomer has either no activity or opposite activity, a dangerous activity. So we do not want to make mixture of enantiomers. We want to make just precisely the enantiomer which we need, 100% of that. And that measurement is by enantiomeric access. I'm sure you know these terms in stereochemistry. If not, I can gladly give a series of lectures on that sometime when there's a time. Or diastereoselectivity. When the compound contains more than one asymmetric center, then diastereoisomers are there, right? Like tartaric acid, it can be RR, SS, RS. So development of highly selective and economical processes is the need of the hour. Moreover, I have written here at the bottom, greener chemistry solutions are the most important and a must for academia, technology, industry, and sustainability. If we do not learn how to do it, we are going to be doomed. And the examples are there. Until about 2 years ago, all world leaders were used to assemble in Montreal, in Paris, have a nice dinner and meetings, a press conference, right? Nothing is coming. Now people know climate change is real. It is happening. Everywhere there are floods, droughts, excessive fires. Why? Because of climate change. Why climate change? Because of environment pollution. Why environment pollution? Bad chemistry to a great extent. So we need to have reactions with zero waste and high selectivity. These are the two main challenges to a synthetic chemist. We have been working in all these areas. There are three ways you can practically really achieve the ends for green chemistry. One, middle one here, Dr. Len mentioned microwave reactions. We've also done a great deal of work in this area, published a few papers as written here. But the problem with this is scaling up. It's very good for academia, publish research papers, but to translate that into thousands of tons of scale, the microwave ovens are not available, reactors are not available. So scaling up is a problem. But this is the most practical way of doing organic, the green chemistry, biocatalysis. Because what's a biocatalyst? A biological waste catalyst. We know that the biocatalysts are enzymes. In your system and my system, all the reactions that we do in the lab, reduction, oxidation, esterification, hydrolysis, amidation, whatever you think, any reaction that you do, all are done in biological systems, in my body, your body, all the time. I am talking, standing or sitting quietly, but there will be thousands of reactions occurring in your system and my system every minute. We do not heat our body to 100 degrees to 37-degree temperature, right? We do not have at very low or high pH, neither the acidic pH nor the alkaline pH, neutral pH. And nature does not know how to make stereoisomeric mixtures. It makes only one stereoisomer. Whether the number of stereocenters is 1 or 100, just one isomer. See, what else you need? You address the selectivity, you address the energy needs, you address the environmental issues. So if you can develop biocatalysis as a field, it's very important. Therefore, it can meet all the green chemistry challenges, and it does. As I said, we entered this field in mid-80s, and up to about 2001 or so, I always used to say, it has potential applications in industry, it can be scaled up. Today, I'm glad to share with you, there are 300 more plus industrial processes in which biocatalysis is being used by pharmaceutical companies like Eli Lilly, Merck, Pfizer, Sanofi, AstraZeneca, all of them. And by agrochemical industries, because pesticides are made, like Monsanto and others. So therefore, it is a very practical way or industrial scale green chemistry solution to solve the challenges that we have. So the 11 patents we have obtained, that is basically biocatalysis, applicable to advanced materials, nucleosides, nucleotides, and others, as I will share with you one example of each. What is a biocatalyst? A biocatalyst essentially is an enzyme, can be an enzyme, a pure enzyme, an enzyme complex, or a whole cell. So the whole cell can be incubated with a substrate and reaction happens. Baker's yeast is a very well reducing biological system, right? So if you can, the crude Baker's yeast, you can incubate with a carbonyl compound, you get hydroxy, an enantiomерically pure hydroxy alcohol. So applications applied biocatalysis is older than written history. You do not know since when biocatalysis knowingly or unknowingly was being used to produce cheese, yogurt, wine. All these are enzymatic processes, right? So we have been doing that since the human history began. But today we have more scientific way of doing biocatalysis, so-called biotechnology. And biotechnology, Government of India really is in the field early on. In mid-80s, DBT was created only to cater to biotechnology processes and needs. So biocatalysts have tremendous potential to revolutionize the industries such as food, textile, soap, pharmaceuticals, detergents, paper. These are the industries which are massive industries in scale, paper industry, right? Detergents, all soaps and liquid soaps. Today you have, due to COVID, it's very common to find your liquids, right? Which you, what is called sanitizer. Yeah. And bathing soaps and so on. So all the detergents, they are manufactured in such large scales. Then in all the chemicals, detergents and pharmaceuticals. Enzymes work at room temperature or moderate temperature at moderate pH 6 to 7. Of themselves non-toxic. So even if excess of enzyme is there, it is non-toxic. Do not bother to dispose it of. It is anyway present in our systems and can be reused. That's the beauty. They can be reused if you can immobilize the enzyme. So you can reuse it. So the enzymes can work at high turnover numbers. Of course, give high turnover numbers, can take place in aqueous as well as in organic solvents and in the presence of emulsifiers. So you can have any reaction media, they will work. Take place normally at ambient temperature, 20 to 40, under normal pressure, in the presence of atmospheric air. I'm sure you are told to create inert atmosphere to do a synthetic reaction, because some of the reagents which you use, all the substrates are sensitive to moisture and to oxygen. So you should create dry inert atmosphere to do a reaction. In the lab, it's okay, again 10 ml scale, but 300 liters, 1000 liter scale to create inert atmosphere, to flush nitrogen all the time or argon all the time, is very expensive. So for enzymatic reactions, you don't need that. We are doing these reactions for 30 years in the lab. What you do is you can just do it in an open beaker. So simple. So therefore, enzyme catalyzed reactions are environmentally benign. That means biocatalytic reactions. Highly selective, economical, efficient, energy conserving. So they meet all the requirements or challenges which we said in the beginning. And among the enzymes, lipases have been used to the maximum extent for organic reactions. So this is the selectivity issue. As I said a while ago, the organic constituents of plants, animals, and microorganisms, from the most primitive to the most highly developed, are composed of molecules that are chiral. Nature does not know how to make racemic mixtures, how to make achiral compounds, only chiral compounds. So we have to take it from, I think most of the discoveries or the inventions that has been done are imbibed by nature. People thought, I think Wright brothers who developed the initial rough aerocraft and now aeroplanes, they took the idea from birds, right? So nature gave us the birds. So most of you can see that nature which we follow in the lab or in industry. Similarly here, because nature uses enzymes to make molecules so smartly. So people have started using them since last 40 years or so. Then the other thing I want to share, the biological activities of natural products and pharmaceuticals are related to the absolute configuration. Absolute configuration means RS, not mixture of R and S. So that is what you learned in organic chemistry courses, stereochemistry courses. So FDA restricts today, you cannot subject a racemic compound to clinical trials, leave aside market it as a drug. So a lot of restriction, rightly so, on the industries, pharmaceutical industries, to produce compounds with correct stereochemistry. Just take an example. I'm giving this example here. Ibuprofen is a very well-known painkiller, right? I'm sure each one of you would have taken it in addition to paracetamol and aspirin. There's a third one, which is very potent painkiller. Ibuprofen has an asymmetric center. I'm sorry, I think this is not, yeah. Asymmetric center. So it can exist as S form and R form, depending on the stereochemistry at the asymmetric center or chiral center. Just see the biological activities. S enantiomer is 28-fold more active as a painkiller than the R form. So if I give you a racemic mixture, the R form is 50%, S form is 50%. It is only the S form which is acting as a painkiller. R form is not acting, doing anything. It is just eating dust. Right? So you don't need to do that. Similarly, for captopril, which is anti-cancer agent, there are two isomers again, S and R. S form as an anti-cancer agent is 100 times more active than the R form. Same story. You cannot afford yourself to take a racemic compound, only the S form. So here the wrong enantiomer has no effect. It is just not acting. It's okay. But think of cases where the wrong enantiomer or the other enantiomer has a side effect. Thalidomide is the classical case. It was a drug in the market. At that time, people were ignorant of the activities of the two enantiomers. So thalidomide was a drug marketed for 5 years, 1958 to 1963. Not in India, because it was a patented molecule at that time, but in Europe and USA, it was a very popular drug taken by pregnant women against morning sickness. It was soon seen over a period of 4 or 5 years that such women who had consumed this drug during pregnancy for easing morning sickness, they had babies which were deformed. Either their brain was not fully developed or their deformities in the legs or the arms or somewhere other crucial parts of the body. It was then seen that it is the thalidomide, two enantiomers. One of them has the right action, hypnotic, that easing the morning sickness. Other had that serious side, teratogenic effects, which did all those neural problems and deformities of bones. So then the drug was withdrawn from the market. So it was withdrawn from the market, and the result is that market lost such a potent drug. And nobody, even if you now give one enantiomer, nobody will believe it and will not take it. So that's what I want to tell you, that pure enantiomeric compounds are the ones which need to be developed in pharmaceutical industries. It is easy said than done. We always know we end up in racemic mixtures. We separate them. One enantiomer is right one, we use it as a drug. The wrong enantiomer, what we do with it? Again, it's a waste. Unknowingly, it is a waste. You may have very good reagent for reduction or oxidation. If it produces a racemic compound, no use. That's what I'm coming to. Use biocatalyst. So this lipase is most commonly used enzymes for doing biocatalysis. Most commonly used is Candida antarctica lipase, called Novozyme 435. This is a company in Copenhagen, Denmark, called Novozymes, which developed this in 91, 98 from a strain of yeast obtained from Antarctica. That's why Candida antarctica is in. And today is such a popular enzyme in the industry. Is being sold in thousands of tons of amounts. It has been cloned and then sold in such greater amounts. Other merit, again, those who are organic chemistry students, as I said, what you do in normal organic reactions when the chiral center is generated, you get a racemic compound. The racemic compound can be subjected to resolution to get the two pure enantiomers. So only one of those enantiomers is useful, as we have seen in the case of ibuprofen and thalidomide. Other is not useful. So that is a solid waste. So resolution is not an answer, but that is still being used in industry somewhere where the biocatalysis has not been developed. So we need to develop this field still further to have a biocatalyst or enzyme to do all reactions on all substrates. On the other hand, if you can start with a prochiral compound and treat it with an enzyme, you can get 100% conversion of the starting material into chiral compound. Because enzymes can enantiofacially differentiate between the two sides of a prochiral compound. You can take a diol, I will show you in one example, or a dialdehyde, reduce it. If you have a diol, you can make an ester out of this monoester, and it is all then chiral. Because enzymes do not know to function at both the ends of the prochiral compound. They will specifically react at the, or make this reagent react at one of the ends. Just like holding a molecule in hand and forcing the reagent to react on the one of the two symmetrical groups. It is not possible in normal reagents. But enzymes, because they have lock and key mechanism, right? You have learned that. How do enzymes function? Lock and key mechanism. Each enzyme has a particular substrate in the right orientation or configuration, which can enter into the active site of the enzyme. So once it enters the active site of the enzyme, it exposes only one functional group to react. So that is, I think, I'm very excited about this field. That is why I'm making all these gestures. So this is the only way. No chemical reagent can imbibe the capability of enzymes to do enantiofacial or enantiotopical differentiation. And this has been used to hilt by synthetic chemists in academia and industry, including us. I don't have time to show all the transparencies, but I will show you one each to convince you that Grignard chemistry solutions are possible. Click chemistry, of course, is one, flow chemistry is the other. But still, as Professor Len said, it is not practical yet on the large scale. It is so. Even click chemistry, it cannot solve the stereochemical issues. It can curtail the number of steps in the reaction sequence, but stereochemistry cannot be obtained or helped in click chemistry also. Biocatalysis is the only answer to have almost 100% yield, 100% selectivity, maybe regio, enantio, diastereo, whatever, and they work at ambient conditions of temperature, atmospheric air, and pH. So green chemistry solutions are met, selectivity is met, so sustainability is there. This very good reaction I want. This is what I was telling you about regioselectivity. This is glycerol. You are all familiar with this. This one secondary hydroxy group and two primary hydroxy groups. So if you protect one of the secondary hydroxy groups, and then you treat this with PCl lipase from a particular microbial source and vinyl acetate as the silating agent, only one of the hydroxy groups is acylated, other is left untouched. 94% enantiomeric excess. So 94% enantiomeric excess means enantiomeric composition will be 97:3. You can do this chemically. If you treat this acetic anhydride, normal acylating agent, which you have been using so far in your research and your MSc courses, cannot discriminate between the two hydroxy groups. You will get a diacetate. Both the hydroxy groups will react. So you create asymmetric centers now here. If you acylate one end, you get 92% isolated yield, 94% enantiomeric excess. Change the lipase to porcine pancreatic lipase, PPL. You can do now the acylation at this end. You can get 91% enantiomeric excess. So this is called regioselectivity. You are discriminating between two equally reactive functional groups. So this has been used a great deal in oligosaccharide synthesis. If you have to make, I tell you to make glucose, sucrose, heptacetate. Sucrose has 8 hydroxy groups. And if you want to acylate one of them selectively, or I want the acetoxy group at 6 positions, leaving one hydroxy group free. If you do chemically, 15 steps will be there. Protection, deprotection. Protection with different protecting agents. Deprotection, it will be mess. Ultimate yield will be 1%, not more than 1%. 15 steps, not green at all. On the other hand, if you do enzymes, you can select the lipase from Candida antarctica, porcine pancreatic lipase, Aspergillus niger. You can pick the place of reactivity. If you do it with porcine pancreatic lipase, this secondary hydroxy in the fructose moiety is set free. If you take Antarctica lipase, this primary hydroxy is set free. Again, the fructose moiety, like that. So at will, you can change the lipase and make the enzyme to carry out a reaction at a particular site. You have no parallel to this in organic synthesis with chemical reagents. You just cannot do it. That's the beauty of enzymes. Sorry, this is chemoselectivity, by the way. You have here two nitrile groups. A nitrilase, because this nitrile group, CN is present at what is the position? Quaternary carbon. This CN is present primary carbon. So chemically they are different. So this chemoselectivity. If you treat with a nitrilase, nitrilase is an enzyme which converts a nitrile group to a carboxylic group. That is nitrilase. So if you treat with nitrilase, this nitrile group reacts, this nitrile group remains untouched. Chemically, if you do chemical hydrolysis, both will be hydrolyzed to carboxyl group. So this is chemoselectivity. Because two nitrile groups of chemically different reactivity, you can do the reaction selectively at one of them. It's a beautiful example. This has been used in a very important drug, gabapentin, industrially. This is a Campostar anti-cancer compound in the clinic. This was made by Upjohn, a pharmaceutical company which no longer exists. It was acquired by Eli Lilly. So this was made in the initial reaction here between two hydroxy groups. One is tertiary, other is primary. So they could be discriminated and you could get Campostar. Similarly, this was a compound made by Merck company in a drug Trusopor. You got an enteric excess very high in one of the early steps. There's another synthesis by Zeneca. So I'm giving you some examples on industry where biocatalysis is being used on the industrial scale to meet the stereochemistry needs. So many I don't have time to go through them, because the message I want to give to my younger scientists is help develop this field to a stage that we can imbibe nature completely, to a stage that we can address Professor Mona Lisa's question, how to achieve this selectivity. That means for each reaction and each substrate, we have an enzyme. But where to get those enzymes from? Natural source. Nature has made enzymes for its own use, not for us. So the availability of enzymes from nature is very limited. You can have plant sources or animal sources. Yes, you can generate from microbial sources, right? You can do the changes in the microbe, the genetic engineering so-called. And then you can make an enzyme to work on your substrate, which does not exist in nature, but you can make a microorganism by cloning to make it, by changing genetic changes in the order of the oligonucleotides present in the gene. So all that is being done, and we have today so-called synthetic enzymes, synzymes, which have been created to address, to work on a particular substrate in which we are interested. I think the title of today's talk was Greener Strategies to Make Pharmaceutically and Industrially Important Compounds, right? So that is what I have addressed today. The detailed aspects of all I will deal in the other 2 seminars or 3 seminars, depending on the time we have. But what I want to show is not, these are all more examples. This presentation is available now at the MIT source. You all guys can have a look at it and appreciate. This is, by way, a very green chemistry reaction, which was developed by Mufazzal Hussain for his PhD. This we published in 2005 in Tetlet.
See here. Have you ever done in your BSc courses, chemistry, organic chemistry lab course, an amidation of an acid to make an amide? Anyone who has done this, raise your hand. I did it during my BSc and MSc maybe 100 times. Yes. How you do it? No, not in the not a BSc course. Maybe in a research course you can have HOBT and all that. But in your BSc course or MSc course, anyone who's done MSc in chemistry? कैसे करते हैं? As I said, we have been teaching this for almost 40 years at DU in St. Stephen's College and in the department. I did it during my BSc honors and MSc maybe 100 times myself. So I think you will be reminded when I tell you the process. You take a china dish, you take with carboxylic acid, right? Then you add PCl5 or thionyl chloride and stir it, right? So sulfur dioxide and chlorine goes away, you get the acid chloride. Then you add amine, either aniline or toluidine, anything. And just stir it for 5 minutes to get the amide. So what does it mean? It means the two steps in the reaction. You need to activate the acid to the acid chloride, which is more reactive. And then you have thionyl chloride or PCl5, one of the two. One of the two. So you make an acid chloride, you get a pungent gas, sulfur dioxide, which goes out, or chlorine. But that means two steps. So if you can perform that in one step, it's green chemistry. You cut down the number of steps. Secondly, if it is a racemic amine, if you want to get an enantiomерically pure amide, that PCl5 method will not give you amide because both the enantiomers of the amine will react. That is the case here. Mufazzal did a very nice work. He treated the native acid with a racemic amine, plus minus, and treated that with Candida antarctica lipase, a biocatalyst. And reaction was in bulk, no solvent, green chemistry. One count, no solvent, green chemistry. Second count, number of steps from 2 to 1, green chemistry. Third is high degree of enantioselectivity. Only one enantiomer of the amine react and get 99% enantiomeric excess of the amide. The other, the residual amine unreacted was S enantiomer, which is 99% again. So can you beat this? You got 99.5% enantiomerically pure compound. Yeah. And amine acts as solvent also because it's liquid. So we did with all these fatty acids. It was consistently same result. So it's very good green chemistry. And this paper has been cited many times since it was published. So I want to show you that you can address green chemistry if you're a biocatalyst. And you can get biocatalysts by collaboration with a microbiologist who can clone the strains and modify the strains genetically to produce a different enzyme than natural microorganism is making. Then what I said was antisense drug discovery. Some people said in the morning discussions, you're working on drug discovery. It's a very important field. Of course, it is the hottest field in pharmaceutical industry, for biotechnology, for biology, for chemistry. Because ultimately, we want to have a drug, a safe drug, least side effects, and which can be effective in smallest possible amounts, right? So today, the technology, I was said to it, telling in the morning, new thought has come in drug discovery industries called antisense strategies. What is antisense? I'm sure there must be some people from the biology background. I'm not, but still I've learned this and understood this. Antisense means against sensible way which nature has following, as nature has devised for itself. So why a disease occurs? It is due to the malfunction of enzyme, right? The enzyme is overly made in the body, and then it causes disease. So what do we do to treat ourselves from the disease? We have an enzyme inhibitor. So all the drugs that we have made by today, 99.9% of them are
enzyme inhibitors. Right? COX-2 inhibitor is very well read. And so most of the inhibitors are there. So we screen a large number of compounds, library of compounds, and then see which one is best and develop that on a high scale. And that becomes a drug. But how is this enzyme made in our system, my system, your system, and any animal system? By protein biosynthesis. And how the protein biosynthesis occurs? There's a gene called DNA which stores information for a particular enzyme to be made. Enzymes are all proteins. So have you learned this triplet code? Genetic code, triplet code. Right? It is a code of 3 nucleosides, right? Which codes for 1 amino acid. Proteins are enzymes, enzymes are amino acids. So the triplet code of bases in a gene codes for the amino acid. So those amino acids then come one by one in the biochemical machinery or natural source machinery, and a protein is or enzyme is made. Antisense is, if you can befool that natural machinery. And what is the natural machinery? You must read this slide from the which is available to you. I think each word is very informative and very inspiring. I don't have time to read it. This is the natural way the proteins are biosynthesized in the body. You have DNA, which transcribes the information to messenger RNA. Messenger RNA then translates that into protein. And then the traditional drug acts on this enzyme if it is overexpressed in the human body at any time and causes the disease. So now the protein that already has been made in greater amounts than required, its activity is suppressed or killed by the drug molecule. Now, isn't it like you can straightway catch your right ear, and rather than if you do it like this, you have great trouble, right? So that is the thought that came up 40 years ago to pharma industries. That instead of hitting the enzyme, which is a product of biosynthesis from gene, why don't you hit the gene? And then you need a very small amount of the drug. That's the morning I was saying, instead of 500 milligrams 2 times a day with azithromycin to kill bad throat, which Mona Lisa has now, you can treat yourself with maybe 1/10th, 1/50th, 1/100th, because you will have a drug now which hits the gene, not the biochemical machinery, not the enzyme. So that is what is shown here now. So that is called antisense drug. So you make a synthetic oligonucleotide of 18 to 20 units or so, or 21 units, which has one or more than one unnatural base or sugar. What is sugar present in RNA? Ribose, right? Deoxyribose is in DNA. RNA has ribose. Only ribose in nature, no other sugar. And bases are 4, right? What are they? Adenine, thymine, guanine, cytosine. So if we can modify any of these bases and then introduce 1 or 2 modified bases in this antisense drug, oligonucleotide, and if we have a method by which this synthetic antisense drug can be introduced into the cell, then what will happen is this messenger RNA, which carries information for the amino acid sequence to be made for a protein or enzyme, this will bind with this because it's a complementary strand. And then it has synthetic oligonucleotide at 1 or 2 places. This messenger RNA activity is killed. Period. So messenger RNA cannot bring new amino acids in the growing protein chain. So protein is not made. Enzyme cannot be synthesized. For this to be done, very small amount of antisense drug will be needed. So that is called antisense-based drug discovery. And there are examples where a few drugs are available in the market. These are shown here, which are all nucleoside-based oligonucleotides. Against hypertension, against a disease of retina eye. Great work, great thought. There was a company called Isis Pharmaceuticals near Los Angeles, a place called Carlsbad. in California, which developed this whole idea to more larger scale. And that company funded our research in Delhi for 5 years, 7 years. And we made a lot of modified nucleosides for them, and they made oligonucleotides and developed antisense drugs. So as we said, collaboration, there should be no scope without collaboration. You should have thoughts, you should have, look for collaborations where you work, you can collaborate with people who have more money, more expertise, more instrumentation than you. We are not that rich country as Europe and US is, but still we have brains, we have ideas to think, and to apply that idea, we should collaborate with people. And this is one area which is allowed to do this. So this is practically how antisense drug is subjected into the cell. This is the most crucial part, how to insert the synthetic oligonucleotide into the cell so that it can bind with the messenger RNA in the real world. So this is how you introduce the antisense drug into the cell. It binds with the messenger RNA, kills its activity, no more protein synthesis takes place. So the protein is not made because it is no translation is there. But this, I think you should learn more from biologists than a chemist. But I have learned it the hard way by reading time and again, talking to people in the field. Sorry? We made the modified nucleosides by biocatalytic reactions and then given it to those industries. They made the oligos and the drug was made. In 2002 to 2007 or 8. A lot of publications also. So this was very beautiful work of Dr. Ashok Prasad. As I told you a while ago, the best acylating agent in the lab is, oh, wow. I think after this I will jump to what I wanted to show, click chemistry. The basic work in nucleoside chemistry, making modified nucleosides and antisense oligonucleotides. Versus basic chemistry. If you search literature, there are different ways of making fully protected ribose or deoxyribose. Glucose, you can immediately convert it into glucose pentacetate. 5 hydroxy groups are there in glucose. If you treat glucose, which is hexose, with 6 carbons, if you treat it with acetic anhydride sodium acetate, you get pentacetate of glucose, right? You do try to do the same on ribose, which is a pentose. It does not happen. You get mixtures of acetates. So to address that issue, Ashok Prasad, when he was working as a postdoc with Jesper Wengel in Denmark, by the way, he has been very most fruitful collaboration in Denmark. The projects funded for 14 years from 1990 to 2004 or 2000. Sorry, later on 2004, the Danida project expired. Then we got support from DNRSC, Danish Natural Research Science Council, up to 2010, just before my retirement and sickness. So this project, 20 years, we got funding from Denmark, all because of Jesper Wengel. He's a very world-famous nucleoside chemist. So Ashok Prasad worked in those projects, spent 4 years in Denmark, and did this excellent reaction, treating deoxyribose or ribose with propionic anhydride and biocatalyst novozyme. Thereby, only now chemo or regioselective reaction happens, only primary hydroxy group is acylated. Then you can treat it with acetic anhydride, get fully protected deoxyribose and 95% yield. If you do conventional chemistry of acylation, it gives you yield of 20% only. Why this is happening? Because it is present in the cyclic form, in the furanous form, it opens up. And when it opens up, if it is not protected here, when it opens up in recyclization, it can recycle from here to give a 6-membered ring, right? Or it can cyclize here to give a 5-membered ring, and that is what we want. So by this initial reaction, primary hydroxy group is protected. This cyclization cannot happen, so therefore only 5-membered ring is formed in such high yield. So this was, we didn't patent this at that time. And this reaction must have been used in industry 1,000 times in making different nucleosides and oligonucleotides. Then we devised enzymes which can selectively protect a hydroxy group secondary, leave the primary intact. This was collaboration with Professor Saxena in the microbiology department in the South Campus of the university. He gave us this novel lipase which can only selectively protect a secondary hydroxy, leaving a primary hydroxy. So now we have two enzymes, one a commercial one, that is Novozyme 435 from company Novozymes, and other a homegrown lipase, novel lipase. We can at will protect a primary hydroxy or a secondary hydroxy. So that allowed us to make oligos, which I was answering to Mona Lisa. And we made thousands of those. I will not talk on this because this will not take a lot of time. I will do this in second or third talk. But what I want to show you here is, I'll jump all these slides, but show the click chemistry, because that is what we are celebrating in this lecture. Yeah. So we wanted to make dendrimers to encapsulate genes, because siRNA are special kind of RNAs which can beat different antiviral, viruses, they can kill them. But the problem is how to insert siRNA into the cells. There's not very few technologies which are successful. So we want to develop amphiphilic dendrimers to do this job. So we had this in mind because gene vectors or gene encapsulation and transferring agents, many methods are there. You can use liposomes, micelles, dendrimers. All these are not as effective as the dendrimers. That has been said. You can read any of these review articles for that. So we wanted to make dendrimers like this. This is dendrimer, amphiphilic dendrimer. They self-organize in water into this. And the gene can be encapsulated. Gene means DNA or RNA. It can be encapsulated in this and then transferred into this cell. So it can happen. We published large number of papers, some references are here. This was a very nice work of Shashwat Malhotra, who worked in my lab in Delhi and also in the lab of Professor Rainer Haag in Berlin, Germany. We had again, like with Jesper Wengel, we had a long project. With Rainer Haag in Berlin, Germany, we had a very long project of 10 years or so, funded in India for us by DST and DBT, and in Germany by DFG. And DFG gave some money to us also in Delhi. So we developed this technology, and you can see the publications here. Biomicromolecules, organic biomolecular chemistry, nanomedicine, and Chem Society reviews, biomaterial science, and so on. So, but how this was done? This was done efficiently with click chemistry. So we made this triazoles, long alkyl chain having a triazole ring to give hydrophobicity. And hydrophilicity was provided by this quaternary ammonium groups. So synthesis of functional G1 glycerol dendrons, which made those I showed you before, the assembled dendrimers, dendrimers or dinophiles. So, I'm sorry. So, we're celebrating click chemistry, right? So, this is a way to take siRNA or any gene into the cells. So we made novel amphiphiles through click chemistry.
So this is bioactive.
Not treatment. It is not treatment. It is inserting the siRNA into the system. Yeah, inserting the active siRNA to kill any viral infection. So you can see again here, lot of publications in different journals here. You can follow this. So what we did was a click chemistry reaction. I can see this. This was a triglycerol, which was shown by Dr. Len also in his work. And the triglycerol has 4 primary hydroxy groups and 1 secondary hydroxy group. So we protected the 4 primary hydroxy groups by forming a diketal with acetone. Very high yielding reaction, 78% yield. by treating acetone with PTSA. What is PTSA? Sulfonic acid, right. Yeah, it is a agent which is finally used for elimination of water. And so we did this reaction, di-acetyl is formed. Then we have only free hydroxy group here. So this was then treated with methyl chloride to activate this, and then treated with sodium azide. So we got an azide here. So now click chemistry was done very easily, and we got from the azide by, we did the other reactions also. We had the acetylene group also by treating with the propergyl bromide. It will also act as hydroxy. So you get an azide in this moiety or an acetylenic group in this moiety. So next, you treated this azide with this acetylene at the end. So how many carbons are there? 1, 18, 19, 20, 21. So long chain carbon, and then this is click chemistry. You have acetylene group here, you have azide group here. So they will just click and you get the triazole ring here created. So beautiful. This is hydrophobic. This you can convert into hydrophilic. Now biocatalysis comes into the picture. Click and biocatalysis. He could treat this to get these amino groups here, which can be treated with fluoroacetic acid to give quaternary ammonium groups. Now these can bind easily with RNA. Why? Because RNA has phosphate residues which are negatively charged. These amino groups will be positively charged by ionic interactions which is positively charged on the dendrimer and negatively charged RNA phosphate residues. They will be held together and you can transfer that into the cell. So this was beautiful work. As they say, the taste of pudding is in eating. So we could see this, that this actually by fluorescence studies, the simple reagents like Nile red or doxorubicin can be carried into the cell. I will stop here. I wanted to give you, we are celebrating click chemistry, this center, this institute at MIT, and I wanted to show this very important example which employs biocatalysis and a click chemistry reaction to give you materials which can encapsulate siRNA and transfer into the cell to treat viral infections. Details.
First question is that we want to learn, we want to do this type of work. In chemistry, doing the way you are doing in the cell.
Which is one of the four mediums of the third lecture.
Any questions on this?
But now you have a way pointed me there.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, some questions. You are introducing.
Subhash Chandar. I am from Amit Institutes of Phytochemistry and Phytomedicine. Thanks a lot, sir, for this wonderful talk. Yes, ma'am. I'm working with Dr. Harsha, ma'am. Sir, my query is regarding like what are the challenges in using of enzymes? Like as a medicinal chemist, like we have many reagents to explore the different reactions. Like, do we get a different type of enzymes? Like, what is their source and like in translational research? Oh. Okay, sir. Sir, you have shown. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, one of the challenges is the stability of the enzyme. So you have shown in the slide work regarding the nucleoside synthesis, nucleotide based drugs. That is very interesting actually. I have some experience, like I'm doing some module like changing of pharmacokinetics property of some drugs based on nucleotides. Like here the one challenge is the coupling. If we couple the base with the sugar, we have to do many protection, deprotection. Like if we find an enzyme, like then it would be wonderful. Like which category of enzymes we can use? Yeah, like sir, like depending upon what type of sugar we are using, like many type we have to protect extra hydroxy. So is there any enzyme available, sir? Okay, sir.
Coupling of the reactive sugar and the nuclear base, there's no
Okay, okay, that's yeah, that's one. Okay. Okay, sir.
Each nucleoside is attached to next nucleoside. 3 prime to 5 prime. 5 prime on the next nucleoside. 3 prime hydroxylase, 3 prime on the ribose molecule. 5 prime is primary hydroxylase.
Okay, thanks a lot.
And also, they there is chemistry and biology. In chemistry solution that must be available. These also have to be divided. They happen to be scientists train scientists to help create green chemistry solutions. Understanding and implication of that. I've seen a lot of artificial intelligence based application in organic how do you think the future? That's a yeah.
Sir, please, we need to finish it. Papa, that's it.